I'll be crunching for just a second.
Okay, I don't think anybody's going to mind. Hello. We're glad you're here. When you get here, we're glad you're here.
Yeah. Hello, hello. Um, Funny, nobody was waiting in the waiting room. So, yes, I've been running like crazy because I didn't think about the fact that I would have to, um, what do you call that? Iron fabric.
Oh, I didn't iron mine. It's just how it is.
Well, mine was really wrinkled. Hi, Mandy. I didn't iron it all, but
Hi, Mindy.
I did iron some of it. So now I got to get this mess cleaned up here. Um, I got out some odd things, and I found these.
Oh, how cute are those?
Back in the day, I made little clowns with these.
Yeah.
But there's a whole when I got this spool of stuff out, there's a whole little pile of them in here. And I think they would make a really cute journal charm, you know.
They would.
They would. Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Barbara. Hey, Mindy.
Lisa's here. We couldn't wait to do this project. We decided we just had to do it right now.
We just had to go ahead.
It's just one of those.
Not this. We're going to do this, but this is not the project we're talking about.
No. So anyway, it's supposed to be fun and play. So, I got out weird stuff, Lisa. I got out some weird stuff. So, hi, Mina.
Hi, Mina.
Sorry, guys. I was running this morning, just running, and I'm gonna have to have some chapstick. Where is my? I keep it right here because when I torch and make beads, my lips get so sore. So it is cold here. Jeff came in and tried to, I don't know, murder me with his cold hands.
Oh,
earlier.
Yeah, the hubbies are good for that.
Yeah, he came in
and they think it's funny.
Oh yeah, he thought it was hysterical. The only saving grace is that he made me laugh so hard that I was choking, so I was coughing, and so he quit. And then he told me, "Oh, you're welcome, Mina. I'm glad you got it."
Hi, Imelda.
Hi, Imelda. We're just kind of easing into it, guys, until a few more people get here, and then we're going to do a journal page in our little bitty journals. I hadn't seen the cover of yours. I don't think it's pretty.
Yeah, let me show you.
Oh, yes. Very pretty. Now, is it die cuts and all on it, or is it?
It's just stamps. I mean, I stamped on it. Yeah.
Stamps. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so it's all smooth, there's not any texture.
Uh-huh.
Which is unusual for me because I like texture.
Yeah.
Hi, Kathy. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Mary.
I got to come over and play at Tanya's house today. Yeah. I'm happy.
Yes, it's snowing, so she gets to play. Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's snowing. We got about 3 inches on the ground, and it's coming down in big fluffy flakes, and it makes me happy. Hi, Kathy. Hi, Sherry.
Hi, Kathy, Sherry, Mary, Imelda, Barbara, Mindy.
Hi, Mina. Julie.
Julie's here. Hi, Julie.
Yeah, she's stuck in the middle there, and I missed her until just now.
Okay. Well, I have to gather up some stuffs here on my table.
Well, I got this. This is a bunch of stuff that got put in this bin a while ago, leftovers from projects, and
that's this bin you keep by your chair?
This is not the one I keep by my chair. This is another one that I had in the studio. I found underneath some stuff. And I thought, I'll use this one today.
Okay.
That way I just had to bring my book out. So
okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah. It's got all kinds of little bits in here, even some little metal bits and some beads. And this must be several projects worth of leftovers. I don't know.
Leftovers. Hi,
It's
Deborah. Hi,
kind of weird.
Susie.
Hi, Deborah. Hi, Susie.
Hope I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, I like that kind of snow too, but we don't get that kind of snow. But it's amazing that I have a butterfly on my table. There's some fibers. Let's see what else we can find. Oh, how about that? That's a specialty.
A specialty. Well, specialty's good.
Yeah, I think it was
Well, I
wrapped
got this
around.
page. I just realized has a hole in it.
A hole.
Yeah, and it's very, very thin. It's one of those out of that law book.
Law book. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna put something over the top of it because I'm afraid that holds right on the spine. I'm afraid it might become a problem.
I was gonna say
And
you
I'm
might
gonna
need
work on that, whatever it is I put over the top of it.
Hi, Linda. I'm just looking for stuffs on my table. Well, there's, some more stuffs. Oh, that's a cool stuff. Don't know what we'll do with it, but oh, there's some colored papers that there's trees that got cut out and not used. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's got little leaves in it. And that. I'm just digging is what I'm doing.
You keep digging. I got to figure out what I did with my. Oh, here they are.
This is what happens when you don't clean off your desk.
Yeah. Well, I had to clean mine off from the projects I did yesterday, and then I cleaned off some stuff I should have left here.
Julie says most of it is scrapbook paper leftovers, which the thickness is often too thick. Okay, Julie, that is what we're going to use Tuesday. We're going to use a bunch of that stuff Tuesday. Okay, Mary, that sounds great. To make tags with, because I have some of that kind of stuff in my scrap bin, but it's not heavy enough to actually use as a tag. So I'm going to be double layering that stuff. Okay, I have gathered junk from my table. So now I have to find a page I want to do.
Okay.
Okay, you're using a really lightweight page. I'm going to use the same kind of page, really lightweight page.
All right. Of course, I'm turning mine into a really heavyweight page by adding this on top of it. But...
Well, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but I'm probably going to add, odds and ends.
It's fun to get to do the little page with you.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can get the idea from it, Julie, and then it is a shame you'll have to go to work. Oh, I have to tell you about yesterday. So there was an estate sale by the company that I like to go to their estate sales. And so Jeff took me yesterday morning really early. He had other projects he had to do yesterday. So we went early so he could get to his other projects. Hi, Kathy. Oh, Kathy left scraps yesterday specifically for today, and now she can't find them.
Oh, no. That sounds like me, Kathy.
So we did that, and then we came back, and he was getting ready to go off to his project. He's still working on the camper with his brother, on his dad's camper. And so he went to go off to do that. And I went back to a store that last week or two ago we saw that I had never seen before. This big sign on the above the store, it says Studio South, and then it said yarn. I mean,
Ooh.
giant sign you can see from the highway, right? So I'm like, okay, curiosity, curiosity. Well, Jeff had stopped the day that we saw that sign, and um, but she's only open nights and on Saturday. And come to find out, she's an art teacher at one of the schools over towards Milton. So that is why she's only open nights and on Saturday. And it's all hand dyed yarns. She does all her own dyeing. I didn't
Does
have a
she
clue.
spin them or just dye them?
She does spin, but what she has dyed in the store is mostly purchased yarn.
Yeah.
They actually have a spinning guild that meets at the store once a month.
That's fun.
Yeah. And more importantly, something was said, and she said, well, did I spin? And I'm like, well, I haven't spun or done any of that in so long. I would not consider myself a spinner. And I can barely knit, and I can barely do a lot of other things, but I dry them all. And but I said I make glass beads, and she said, oh, do you make buttons? And I said, yeah, I have in the past. And she said, I don't suppose you might want to bring in some buttons to try to sell. And I'm like, well, I have a whole tub of buttons that have been sitting there since our last live show. So I got to get that together.
Yay.
So it's like, yes, all right, all right.
That's wonderful.
That isn't buckly and change safe. So all my archival ink pads are here next to me all the time. Yay! Julie's got an organizational idea.
That's great. So, organizational ideas are very nice, especially when they work the way you think they're going to.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, so I will be doing that in the next few days, getting that together and ready to take in so that I can do that.
So are you going to sell them individually or in groups, or do you have any idea yet?
I actually have them, they're carded, and it depends on which kind of button it is. Some of them are groups and some of them are individuals. It's hard to make a button that's the same exact as some other button. So I have always just figured out based on whether or not they look like the others, So they're already carded and everything. I used to do what's called Stitches events. Hi, Anne. They're a knitting convention. And I used to do those ages and ages ago, back when we were doing live in-person sales. And I don't want that. So I will, I'm just going to take the tub up and see if she likes them. She might not like them. So, but like Jeff said last night, I have my stitch markers and I have my scissors fobs and things like that too. So
yeah, you might take some of those and just say, are you interested in these? I've got these as well.
Yep, and that's kind of what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
So
because she might not even know she wants to sell those.
That's right. I'm pretty sure she'll say yes because it's inventory that she can have that she doesn't have to buy.
Right.
And her consignment price was also pretty decent, so that's another part of it. So
That's good.
Did I say hi, Kat? Oh, there's other Kathy's here too. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, Kathy. We're glad you're here. Hi, Linda.
Um, and guys, if we missed anybody, hello. We're really glad you're here. My little magnet's not staying attached. I'm going to have to actually. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it right now. I'll be right back.
All righty. I'll sit here and sharpen a pencil
Okay, sharpen.
it's real exciting, folks. This is not today's show. Aren't you glad?
Oh my. Mhm.
I have to tell all of you that I've been eating keto since January 2nd of 2017, and I've had amazing health benefits from doing that. But the past few months, the 2020 got to me, I guess, and I hadn't been doing as well with
Yes,
my.
because I know one day you ate Whoppers.
I know, no, I didn't. Oh no, milk duds,
Milk duds. It was milk duds, not Whoppers.
milk
Okay,
duds, not
milk duds.
whoppers. But anyway, it's beside the
Mhm.
point. It was
Yes,
candy. It
it
was
was.
pure sugar. So, um, hi Ann. Anyway, I've been having a lot of back pain, and I know in my brain that if I'll eat keto, that back pain goes way, 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 way down. But I've still been, not being good. Anyway, this week I started very strict keto again. And I'm telling you, today I feel better than I have felt in
Oh,
probably
good.
9 months. So um,
I'm
I'm
so
very
glad.
happy.
I'm glad. No, we're going to get out the stinky glue.
This is supposed to be able to open and dump your. Um,
Is this what we have come to? Yeah, to come to watching Lisa.
Say, okay, it's done now. We'll go on to other things.
Okay.
I got these not too long ago. They're color charcoal pencils. I wanted
Ooh.
a white charcoal pencil, and and one white charcoal pencil cost like half as much as this box, and so I bought the box because I thought
Box.
it'd be cool
Yeah.
to have charcoal pencils in colors, and then some more black ones would be nice too. So um, anyway, I decided I'm gonna try to use it today and see. I've never tried to use these. Um,
Okay, I'm going to tell you this little magnet is really ornery. I have told you the story of the magnets, haven't I?
um,
With my son.
I if you have, I had not enough brain tissue to
To
to remember.
remember? Okay, I'm going to tell it because it's hysterical. I mean, guys, it is hysterical. Okay. I have this child who is extremely intelligent and extremely stupid at the same time. He has actually graduated from high school. He's not going to school anymore. He graduated early, so it's probably, early in the year, January, February, before he technically would have graduated. And he comes to my bedside or to the door, and and says at 2 o'clock in the morning, says, "Mom, are you awake?" Very quietly. And I'm like, "Yes." He said, "Well, I kind of need you." Like, okay. Um, so I get up and I go out, and come to find out, he has been playing. Hi, Andrea, with these little,
Hi Cheryl. Hi
hi,
Andrea.
Cheryl, little neodymium magnets and things off his desk. He had a big metal skull ring. He had beads. He had all kinds of things. And he had been putting the magnet like inside his cheek and putting the skull on the outside and on his ears. And hi, Cindy. I'm
Oh
glad to know
dear.
you're lurking. Um, okay, so he decides. Okay, and apparently he'd been playing with these things for a couple hours that he was doing this. He decides to put one neodymium magnet inside his nostril and put something on the outside, and then he put one on the other side, right? Well, what does he do then? But he takes hold of both of the outside metal pieces and pulls them off. So what happens? But the two neodymium magnets go like that inside his nose on that piece that's inside your nose.
Oh dear.
Okay. Now, he tells me later that these magnets actually say on them, keep away from children.
But he was not a child, Mom.
Uh, well, he says, I guess that means be smart enough not to put them up your nose. But
Yeah.
anyways,
Yeah.
so I've got him laid on the floor. And okay, I have fancy jewelry pliers, right? And tweezers and all kinds of that piece septum. Thank you, Kathy. That the septum, okay? And I am trying to get those two magnets apart. And every time I get close to one of those magnets, my pliers go smack. Smack.
Oh.
Okay, and I cannot get hold of them to pull them apart. I mean, I've got it, and I'm afraid too to pull them apart for fear they'll go. I've got him kind of laid upside down so that I can get into his nose.
Yeah, you don't want him to go up his nose, so.
I'm rolling on the floor. I'm laughing so hard. This is so funny. This is why emergency room doctors have such hilarious stories. That's right. I have worked on his nose for about an hour, and I'm afraid those magnets are going to wear a hole in his septum. So I finally get out, and I have those clamps they use in surgery, or whatever they're called. Forceps, thank you. And I have some of those, which I realize after the fact they are stainless steel. And I've got another pair of stainless steel pliers that I used all the time in my jewelry. And I managed to get hold of these things and get them apart. But I am so afraid to pull them apart that they'll fall up his nose and he'll choke on one of them. But we finally get it apart. And Jeff never did wake up. We're laughing so hard. I'm rolling on the floor of the living room, just hysterical over this whole thing because it was funny. It was funny.
Well, at least you could both laugh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was like, yep. And then he comes to me the next morning. He goes, Mom, it does say to keep them away from children. And I'm like, okay, so what are you doing with it? But Brandon's a night owl like your Ethan is. He's always been like that, to stay up real late.
Well, I told you about the Tic Tac and Hannah when she was about less than 2 years old, or about 2 years old.
She put it up her nose.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
dear.
And we went to the doctor. We just left the doctor's office.
Oh, no.
And I gave her a Tic Tac, and we ran back. And they, of course, shut the door and locked it. And I was banging on the door, making them answer the door.
Oh, no.
Oh. But probably the worst part of that whole thing was that when Ethan told me what she did, he's not, it's not like he lies to me or makes stuff up like that. So, but I didn't believe him. I said, no, she didn't. Hannah, you didn't put a Tic Tac up your nose, did you? She said, uh-huh.
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 Teresa says, so basically Brandon learned that was one of those aha moments. Yes. Teresa, and hi, Teresa. Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
He's had a few of those kind of, aha moments. He built a jump for his scooter out in the street one time. We were living in this little itty bitty town um, in Nebraska. I mean, itty bitty town. And he uh, he was playing on this scooter, and he was gonna jump the scooter. Well, his the board didn't go all the way to the ground, and there was this 3/4 inch or 1 inch lip. So he goes flying at this board to make this jump, and the scooter hits the board, that 1 inch lip. And of course, what he did was catapult over everything and tear his chin totally up on the
Oh,
pavement.
goodness gracious.
And so he comes to the door, and I, uh, I bandaged him up and looked at his chin. And Jeff's like, "Well, do we need to go get stitches?" I said, "Hon, there's nothing to stitch together. He took a chunk out of his chin." I said, "There's a hole. What we will have to do is find out if it's going to heal. And if not, we're going to have to go, and he'll probably have to have a skin graft or something." I said, "But let's give it a day or two and see what it does." I'm a lot like my mom. Let's just give it a day or two. Wash it good. Use
Yeah,
soap.
yeah. That's me.
And yeah. And so Monday I send him to school, and I've sent, gauze and tape and stuff, and told him that if it decided to open up, that he needed to go see the nurse. The nurse calls me, "Tanya, Brandon's got this huge band-aid on his chin." I'm like, "Yeah? Did he call you?"
I
I said,
put it there.
"I put it where?" Yeah. It's like, she goes, "Well, doesn't he need to see that?" I'm like, is he in your office telling you there's a problem? Because he will tell you if there's a problem. I mean, he's in junior high school by then. And I'm like, "Good grief, woman." So
So did she just see
yeah,
him walking down the hall, or?
yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Kathy says, "Are you dead? Then you're okay." That's right. Go back outside. Yeah, yeah. Is there blood? Okay. Somehow this page is not coming together very well. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. You know how that goes?
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of sitting on one of those right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep, yep. Guys, if anybody come in, hello, hello. Yeah, you were channeling your mom. There you go, Kathy. That's kind of. My mom had him one time. He was real tiny. And I had gone, I don't know whether or not I'd gone to the grocery store or just what, but we were staying at her house. This was when we first moved back from Texas. And she, I came in, and she's sitting at the dining room table. And I said, "Well, where's Brandon?" She said, "He's outside eating dirt." And I said, "Oh, okay." I guess she figured I was going to get freaked out by that. And I'm like, so he's eating dirt. I don't care what is, that's just really good roughage. But he was piling sand up on his finger and then rubbing it across his teeth.
Because it felt funny.
Yeah, uh-huh. I mean, he couldn't have been, but, barely over a year old.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little blood never really hurt anybody. The day I took half of my body off in a bicycle fall, my mother just came in and said, "Well, this is going to hurt. You better stand in the shower because you're going to cry." And scrubbed me with the washcloth. That's, I had road rash from my ankle to my chin. And she's like, "You're going to cry." I'm like, "Okay, I guess I'm going to cry." We need a little tabby right there. Oh no, I'm out of staples. How could I be out of staples? Thank you, guys. Like your thumbs ups. Let's see here. How does this work? I always forget how to get the staples in here. Okay. No, Kathy. Mom used to use oh, not mercurochrome. Um, betadine. We kept betadine at the house. My mom was an RN, and it was just one of those things that she used after soap. If soap wasn't going to be good enough, she used betadine. But yeah, it hurts too. My girlfriend had been trying to pick the rocks out of my leg with tweezers. That's how we were trying to do it. So it's like, oh well. Now y'all know why when Jeff walks in here bleeding, it doesn't bother me. It's like, the day he fell off the ladder did concern me a little. But.
Yeah, I can imagine. It concerned me.
Okay, so now we have a tab, just because, you
Okay.
know.
I feel like this needs something else, but it's very full, so I don't know if it really can support something else.
Can you hold it up? Does it maybe? Okay, I can't see the words very well. That you've got a sentiment on there that I can't really see. Maybe that's part of the problem. Could you maybe go around that with something even a little darker?
That's a good idea. Just make the brown go out from it more so it's
Yeah, or
highlighted.
use your Stabilo and water it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't have a Stabilo at the moment, but
Oh,
I do have my Inktense, so I could use
yeah,
that.
that'll work. Uh huh. And hit her right on top of the head. Oh, Teresa, how fun. Yeah, my mom's a little bit probably younger than yours, Kathy. Although my mom's 90. She'll be 90 next month. Oh, no, in March. Okay, so I have a tab, but I don't have a page.
Okay, go back to split screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Teresa says no, Cheryl says the pages are lovely, and Teresa said it needs inking. Kathy found her pieces. Now she got to glue something. Teresa's little ones are 21 and 24. How about that? Okay. Something. Maybe some words. Okay, where's my words folder? I need to get my little words box out. That's what I need to
This
do.
is why I don't really like stickers very often because they always have this.
White stuff around them.
Yeah, but that is such a
And
cute little bird.
now, is the sticker actually white or is the sticker around it clear? Hi,
No,
Nancy.
it's white, I'm pretty sure, but I'll check because that's a possibility. But it's a glossy, so it might be clear.
Kathy says they did switch from mercurochrome to betadine. Yeah, Mom,
No, it's definitely white.
yeah, well, then the only suggestion I really have is to trim it, which is not
Yeah,
fun.
no, but I'm
Um,
gonna do it because I like the little birdie.
yep. Oh, and I did get another box yesterday. Thank you for letting me know they were on special.
Good. I meant to go and get another one and I didn't. I I spent too much money at Care's auction for Defy, and so that's
Ooh,
the end
what'd you
of
get?
my
What'd you get?
crafty money. I don't even remember at the moment. Isn't that bad? I
Yep.
did get one of those bags where she's just going to stuff it full of stuff,
Oh, I
and
didn't see that, but that's
I got I think a piece of fabric, and um, I'm trying to think what else. I really can't remember. Anyway, I'll open the I'll do a box opening when it comes,
When it comes. Yay.
but I got that, and then on eBay I got
You should just
I
see
got
what I'm sorry, you should see what Cheryl says. They don't sell mercurochrome anymore. Thank you very much.
no, they don't. They learned their lesson there, but
Hmm.
um,
So I'm sorry, I interrupted you though.
that's all right. And on eBay, I got a an old well, you know the thing I got with the letters on it, the
Yes.
the
Uh-huh.
turning thing. Well, I
Yep.
got one of those with numbers and symbols, and I think it's like for pricing or something. It's really old, but they
Hmm.
said it works really well and it's in good shape. So I between that and my Defy purchase, I'm all out of crafty money. So I'm gonna have to find other. I'm gonna have to be judicious about what I put in the boxes I've already got.
Uh-huh. There you go.
That was the
Uh-huh.
point I'm making, is that I
Yep.
sacrificed another box and bought some more stuff.
Right. Hmm.
Okay, let's move these
Suzanne is
up,
here. Hi, Suzanne.
these down. Hey, Suzanne.
Welcome, welcome, everyone. Lisa is here playing with me. Gonna use the plum, I think. This sentiment says, it's the little things that make life big. And that just seemed to be a good sentiment for today.
That sounds
And,
good.
and while this page may be not my favorite, it is not bad. It's just,
Well, the sentiment I got off of this page says the vivid light green leaves show up.
Ooh, I like that.
Mhm.
And
It's
Susan is
talking
here. Hi,
about the
Susan.
garlic plant, but
I think
anyway,
we have three Susans. Susans.
three.
Sue. Hmm. Okay, that's not bad. It's just not wonderful, which is all right.
I think it's
And
sweet.
we can have not wonderful. Hi, Laura Lou. Oh, you hadn't put them down yet. That's working. Yeah, it makes it stand out way more.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Let's glue it down. Okay, the E6000 might actually hold my magnet on there when it gets dry tomorrow.
I have tried putting a magnet on the one I keep in the house,
Mm-hmm.
like 3 times, and it just will not stick to that bottle. So I've decided I've got a little wooden table beside me right here on my right side where I keep a drink and that kind of thing. I'm gonna glue that magnet to that little table.
There you go. Fix that little puppy.
That's
Uh-huh.
right.
All
And
right.
I think it'll glue to the table better.
Well, I got
I'm
out
gonna
the
mute and dry.
okay. I got out the big guns. I got out the E6000. So I'm not sure, but I think Teresa may have sent me that little butterfly.
It looks like one of hers.
Mm-hmm. It was in my butterfly bin, so And I got out butterflies for something else the other day, and then didn't use that one. So okay, it's not fantastic, but it's a page. I need my big fat round piece of graphite.
These little pages is the it's the one time you're always ahead of me.
Oh, really?
Of course,
Mm,
sometimes I'm not even working on mine when you're working on yours because I'm eating
yeah.
first or something. But
Hmm.
see, you're pretty much finished, and I've still got to ink and glue everything down. So
Yeah. Well, this is one thing I do without. It's like, okay, it's reckless abandon. I don't really think about it too much. It's like, okay,
yeah,
if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And I'm going to have to do something about my tab because those little things on the other side, I'm going to actually stick something over it. Doing some image fussy cutting. So my question is, what the heck can you do with a watch to make it worth $9,000? Well, in my book, there is not a watch worth $9,000 because, they just tell time, just like every other watch. But I
so
will
then
give you
you
guys a,
make it out of gold or put jewels on it, and then it can cost
yeah, I
even more
guess
than
so.
that. But I
Um,
wouldn't do that. I mean, I wouldn't spend that kind of money on one. But oh, there
okay,
he is.
Amilda, back to lurking.
I know I had a little birdie here. I even worked hard to ink him. I mean, to cut him out.
Well, Julie, I guess you start using. I've got lots of ink pads I don't use too, encrusted with 1 carat diamonds all the way around. Yeah, even then, it's not worth $9,000 to me. I was going to tell you all a little tip. Um, when I get E6000, especially anymore because I don't use it very much, buying these little tiny tubes is much more economical, even though they're more expensive, because I just opened that, and likely as not, the next time I need E6000 for something, it will be dry. So, and if you get a big tube, the same thing happens.
Yeah, and you wasted a lot more.
Yeah, and you've wasted a lot more. Is it John Mayer's? Oh, is it John Mayer's watch? Linda wants to know.
I think, of course, if you have a ton of money, then $9,000 may not be that big of a deal to you. And so spending it, you could spend it on a watch without any problem. But if you don't, you're more judicious about how you spend your money, I think. And you have other things that prioritize over a watch.
Yeah, that's true for me. Hmm.
So while it may be literally worth that much money because of the jewels or the gold or the whatever, it's still a relative thing. Is it worth that to you?
Yeah. Well, that's kind of like the fact that um, I'm really bad. I don't even wear my wedding ring.
You are bad.
Yes, I'm bad. Um, what happened was I wore it judiciously for years and years and years, and then one summer Brandon and I were taking swimming. He wanted a letter from Cub Scouts, and to do that, an adult had to participate with you. So we were swimming every day for hours, to get his letter, and it ended up my hands started to shrink, and I was afraid I was going to lose it in the pool. Hi, Joan.
Hi,
And so I took
Joan.
it off, and come
Hey,
fall when I
Cindy. I'm not sure if I said hi to you either. Hi.
went to put it back on, Cindy says, "You're in good company, but I cannot craft and talk for the life of me." But when I went to put it back on, it wouldn't go on. So now the only way to wear them would be to have them resized. And um, my band is not going to resize well because it's got those little beads all the way around it. So,
Yeah. Well, Darren wears a cheap Walmart um, wedding ring because his wedding ring the wedding ring he got when we got married, Ethan threw away when he was about 2 years old because he was throwing everything away. Now we're blaming it on him because it was on the nightstand and then it wasn't, you know.
huh.
Um, but Anyway, it disappeared. Let's say that. It disappeared. Quit blaming me.
Oh dear.
And so we bought him another one. Well, at that point, he really needed a bigger one anyway because
Mm-hmm.
he had blossomed as we
Yes,
after we
yes.
got married.
I've blossomed
And
quite a bit.
so we got him a bigger one, just like the one he had when we got married. And then when we started eating keto, it was just falling off his finger. And he didn't want to get it resized and then gain some weight back and
Yep.
had that. So he just wasn't wearing it, but it bothered me for him not to wear it. I was like, I want women to know you're taken. he said Lisa, it doesn't matter who she is, she's not gonna get my attention. I said, I don't care. I just want him to know. And I kept teasing him about it, and it was half-hearted, but it was half real too.
Yep.
So and so we went to Walmart and we got him one that it looks platinum. It's I don't know what kind of metal it is, but it doesn't react. It's hypoallergenic, whatever it is. And that's what he wears, but his other one's in the box. He's got it in a box. And then I have one just like the one he's got in the box that I wore when I was pregnant, because this one would be too small. My hands would swell when I was pregnant.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
didn't want to walk around pregnant without a wedding ring. So we I don't usually care what people think, but for some reason that really bugs me. Um so we went and got me one just like his, just a band, a gold band, and it's in my box because it's way too big for me now. So I'm back to wearing the one that I got when we got married, and he's wearing a Walmart $25, $30 one. So
Well, when we were in Texas, Jeff lost his. And he knew he'd lost it outside because it had been cold, and he just lost it.
yeah.
And we hunted and hunted and hunted. It's been almost a year that we had been hunting it when his dad had brought his metal detector out, and they'd gone through the yard with a metal detector. And we had a school bus that we had converted into a camper. And I had gone out there one day to put something in and stepped on the step and looked down, and there was his ring. And I was going to get him a new one for our anniversary. And I had been shopping, a couple of places, and had just about decided which one I was going to get when I found his other one.
Oh, well, I'm glad you found the other one before you bought one.
Yeah, well. Threadbare.
And yes, Janice, hi, we're glad you're here, and you're right.
Hi, Janice.
These days, women will look at a man and hit on him just because he doesn't have a ring on his finger. I mean, and my hubby's cute too, so I just want women to leave him alone.
Okay, I'm done. I need to write on it though, don't I? I have to say what day it is. It's just I haven't written on this one.
Okay. Well, I'm working on it now. I got everything inked and I made all my decisions.
And guys, we're really glad you're all here. I hope you're all safe and warm. Lisa's getting snow. It's just cold as all get out here. For us, it's cold, I did read last night that my garlic has to get cold. I didn't realize my garlic had to get cold. So Jeff had covered it. It's January 10th. Last night, and I had him take the cover off. Okay. It's not bad. It's not great. I'm not going to complain. I'll survive. Listening and glancing occasionally, though, it just has to be done. Oh, Susan. Okay. And Janice has to go fix dinner. Oh, yeah, we'll probably still be here in an hour. We haven't started playing yet.
Yeah, the real project that we want to play with that we haven't even looked. done anything
Barbara,
with.
Teresa, your garlic is. We have trouble growing garlic here, so I had to hunt for some specific kinds that will handle our our temperatures. I didn't realize that garlic needs cold hours. Garlic's like other things like fruit or apples and things like that. The plants need specific amounts of cold chill time, and I didn't realize that. And but I did know that people have said garlic doesn't grow here. Well, it just takes a specific kind of garlic to grow here. If you put it in a drawer, Julie, it's gone forever. So
What did she put in a drawer?
she's moving
Oh,
stuff to a drawer.
yeah. I put my stamps in drawers, and I have found that I don't use them that way.
Hi, Sharon.
Okay.
There you go, Kathy. It does. You got to put garlic outdoors, and grow lights keep them too warm. I think. Um, Now garlic it's going to get warm later in the year, but it needs to start in the cold months apparently. And I
Yeah,
may not
it
have
needs it
gotten.
needs to go through all the seasons if it can.
Mm-hmm.
We grow garlic here really good because we have 4 seasons. It can get all the seasons here.
Well, the one I got is Texas something, so it must be for South Texas. That came out really cute, Lisa. And now that the sentiment stands out in the middle, it's got a little more balance. Uh-oh, we got her.
Excuse me. I agree, but um now my I didn't put things on right, and my bird is hidden behind my leaf.
Well, I'll try to remember that next year, Teresa. What kind is it that grows everywhere? I did find out about a new plant yesterday too. I That's another thing I did yesterday. I went to a Northwest Garden, North North Florida gardening kind of little meetup. There was only a couple people there. It was outdoors. That's why I was willing to go. Um, uh, and anyway, there's this native plant here, and it's actually quite a bit of many places. It's called beautyberry, and it's like a bush, and it grows wild. And the leaves, you can make a tincture of it, and it will actually keep fire ants from biting you. So I actually have a chance to get some cuttings this week, so I'm going to try to do that. Okay, I'm I'm waiting. See here, I'm talking and waiting because I don't want to spoil the surprise of what the plan is. Although I put it in the title of the video so y'all can see it. Mine does and multiplies. Okay.
So what does it say in the title of the video? Because I didn't read it.
That you were coming to play with Inktense with me.
Ah, okay.
I call it rabbit garlic. Oh, cool. That sounds fabulous.
Okay, we'll just stick that leaf up there.
That's
That
cute.
way I can still have it, but it doesn't obstruct my bird.
Yeah,
So
that's what.
there's my page.
Oh, it came out really cute.
I like it. And
Mm-hmm.
I used a bunch of bits.
Yeah. Bunch of bits.
Used a bunch of bits.
Date it, date it, date it.
Yes, 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 ma'am.
Kathy, it's called Beauty Berry. It is just a minute. I'll get the scientific name.
Where to put it? Where to put it? Always the question in my mind.
Where to put your date?
Where to put anything. No,
Oh,
go
okay.
to where to put the book while we play with Inktense. I was trying to figure out where to put the book because that one goes in the house, and I don't want to stick it somewhere where I forget where it is and it doesn't end up going in the house. Then next
Yeah.
Sunday, when I have to try to find it, I will be upset.
Okay.
Somebody
Beauty.
asked earlier, and I don't know if they got answered or not. I was
Okay.
trying not to interrupt you, and then I totally forgot.
Forgot. Okay, go ahead.
But they ask if you have to store your archival ink pads completely flat like you do the some other brand. I think she said Stampin' Up, but I'm not sure. And I store mine fairly flat. Sometimes they're at a little bit of an angle because they're where they're sitting, but I store them upside down like this and flat as I can get them. I don't know about everybody else, and I don't know if she got an answer to that question or not, but I just thought of it and wanted to say something.
I have mine in my little case like this, and I turn it upside down and store it as flat as I can get it. Um, uh, and I'm writing, guys, so I can't see chat, but I will be there in just a second. Mericana. Okay. Okay, true. Yeah, sometimes the old timey things are really the best, Teresa. I agree. Um, Kathy, I put it down there. Beautyberry is its common name. It's Calliope americana, however you pronounce that, is the Latin name for it. It grows these big bunches of purple berries. And some people will tell you that those purple berries are poisonous. They are not poisonous, but they do, um, they are not tasty. They won't really make you all that sick, but they're not tasty. So, okay, I have some wild stuff. We're going to paint fabric today, guys.
I'm ready to see your wild stuff. I don't have anything really wild. I just got some sheet and some canvas and a linen piece of linen and a piece of cotton
Stuff.
napkin, I think.
Napkin.
Yeah.
Okay. Teresa, this ink pad you do not turn upside down because it turns upside down all by its little lonesome. So you store these flat like that, with the right side up. Because what happens with these is that, and this is an old Stampin' Up! Pad, it actually, the way the case closes, it turns itself upside down. So you store these right side up. Sharon, apparently you can make jelly out of the berries, but what I want it for is the leaves. Hi, Patricia. And apparently, Kathy, they will root very easily from cuttings. I'm going this week to get some cuttings.
Well, I think that you were able to find someone with some cuttings.
Yes, he's got a plant. He said I can cut some off of. Okay, so I've got some organdy ribbon that I thought I would play with a piece of it to see what happens, because we can. But it's great. Yeah, apparently it has medicinal properties, and they grow wild pretty much on the whole eastern half of the country. The raw berries, and apparently the raw berries taste bad anyway. They're just not very tasty. But apparently you can cook them and make jelly. But what I want them for is the leaves. You make a tincture of the leaves, and it apparently makes a fabulous insect repellent. Now, as with all things, anything like that can be harmful to you because you are different than me. So, I wouldn't put it on my skin until I was sure I wasn't allergic to it.
Yeah, just a
The other,
teeny tiny bit to find out.
right, right. When the guy was telling me about it yesterday, one of the things that I always do is to come back and I look in my books, and then I look on the internet. And one of the videos I watched, she made a very, very blatant point. Even alcohol on your skin, and if you're making a tincture, alcohol is on your skin, um, can cause issues. So you want to think about that too. And the birds love them. So you're and that and like to bomb cars and clothes after eating them. That's probably true.
You were talking about your organza, so I got some of this cotton twill tape out because
Ooh, I didn't think of that.
that.
I got out some cotton thread, um, you know, to embroidery
Yeah,
crochet cotton, not embroidery threads, but crochet cotton. Um, Thought I'd try that.
that's a good idea. I'm sure I can find something like that, some kind of cotton string anyway.
Kathy, I think they probably grow wild in the parks and places like that. I was gonna do some of my new ball of cotton. I don't know what I did with that. It's ruffly.
Yeah,
Um,
I was just wondering about that.
but I'm not sure I know what I did with that ball of cotton. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, I see it. The deal is, everyone, is that Derwent Inktense blocks, pencils, whatever color, is permanent on fabric. So we wanted to play with it. Okay, what's too much stuff?
I think I want to do several different colors of each of these, so I'm going to make a few little circly things.
Well, I'm going to kind of tie dye. Is kind of what I had in mind.
Yeah, well, I have no idea what I have in mind, so
Well, I didn't either for a while. Now this particular piece of organdy was yellow, but I figured, oh well, we'll see what happens. Because now the next thing I have is, okay, the lining, a piece of line. No, this is not lining. This is a curtain. It's a very thin um, curtain fabric that I'm going to just make a nice long skinny piece. Have like kind of like sari silk.
yeah.
This is my plan with it. It's not silk by any means. I'm pretty sure it's polyester. Now, the nice thing about it is we don't intend to wash this, so it's, as long as it doesn't bleed out somewhere else, it's fine.
Yeah.
Now, anything is more permanent on cotton, I'm sure. Uh-oh. I was at
What?
Cold Creek State Park a few weeks ago and got so many of them on legs I thought I was on fire. Huge. Oh yes, Kathy. That is and they leave owies on me forever. I'm so sorry you got into them. Um Fire ants. Kathy got into fire ants.
Oh goodness. Oh, I remember I lived the first house I ever moved out into. I lived next door to a friend and her husband and her kids, and her son was always coming over to my house. He's about 2 years old, and he was a big, tall kid for 2 years old, and so he could open the gates and he would just come over. And his grandmother is the one who always said it's easier to get from forgiveness than permission. And he
Uh-huh.
knew that from birth, I think, because he never asked if he could come over. He would just come over. And I would call his mom and say, "Did you know that Alan's over here?" And she would say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Send him home." And I was like, "No, I don't mind him being here. We have fun together, but I just didn't want you to notice he was gone and wonder where he was."
Whether where he
And
was.
so he would come over quite often. Well, one time he came over and I was doing something, I don't remember what, and he was just playing in the yard and he starts screaming bloody murder.
Oh
And
dear.
I didn't know what was going on, and he was just grabbing at his pants,
Oh
and
no.
screaming and screaming. And here I was right outside in front of God and everybody, stripped that kid naked, trying to find what it was. And it was a fire ant, and it had gotten on his leg and another
Oh,
one up in his diaper. I mean, it was awful. I felt so sorry for him. And it left big, big whelps on him, and he just cried for hours.
yes.
It was
Mm-hmm.
horrible. I felt so terrible. But I'd never been bitten by them. I knew they were out there, but I'd never been, bitten by them. So it didn't occur to me to say, "Don't go over there."
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie, and happy birthday, Jamie. It's Jamie's
Happy,
birthday.
happy birthday to you. Happy, happy birthday to you. That's it.
And
That's all I'm
I'm
going
not
to
and I'm not gonna sing because you wouldn't like it. So burn your ears. Okay. Oh, that tear's much nicer than the other piece did. Um, the last piece I put up there is actually part of a wedding dress, and this piece is um, part of. This is the lining from the dress. So I have all three of those. Hi, Lisa. Um,
Hi, Lisa. Hi,
Eddie.
Nettie.
So, okay, I have a nice little pile, and I'm just gonna put them like that. And then I'm going to get out my blocks. I have both my pencils and my blocks. So
I
I'm
think I
going
want
to,
to do me a long strip of this sheet too. I just did some short strips, but I think I want a long strip too because I think that would be. There are times when it's useful for it to be long.
yeah. I have enough on my table for this particular time. I've got some sheeting out here too. What are we doing with the fabric and string circles? Well, we are going to paint them with these Inktense colors because Inktense is permanent on fabric too. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try. We are playing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Experimenting day.
yeah. Experimentation day. Okay, so I need a big old paintbrush. Big old paintbrush. I have one that's huge. Has it got water in it? Yes, it's got water in it. This one's bigger, so we'll use the bigger one.
Wow, this one did not tear straight at all. So this sheet must not have been um it must not have been cut. It must have been
On
cut
grain.
crooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me how poorly cut a lot of things are. Okay, so now I got to get this out of there. Let me see. I need to have this where I can see it. Because even though I'm experimenting, I want to be able to experiment with colors that I understand. So,
Yeah, this is much better. Okay, now I have this huge sheet on my floor.
Hi, Joy. Okay, those things are back in our idea. Made turnstile thingy. Okay. Sounds like a plan. What woke you up in a hurry, Barbara? Yeah, white and neutral seam binding is always a good thing. Oh yes, Jamie. Those things are so nasty. I was looking to see what Barbara had what woke her up. I'm thinking maybe the fire ants, but oh yes, the fire ants had made it up the pontoons and onto the sleeping bag. Ah, ooh, Barbara. Ugh. We have them here. Jeffrey regularly tries to get rid of them, and it doesn't work. It just is one of those um, things that he spends all his time trying to make them go away, and they do not. So I
So maybe your
think,
plant will work.
well, I don't think the plant will keep them away, but I think spraying yourself with them. Okay, bye, Cindy.
Yeah.
Thanks for popping in.
Bye, Cindy.
And besides, it works for mosquitoes too, which,
Oh, even
frankly,
better.
I'm mosquitoes just love to chew on me.
Yeah.
So I'm
Darren and the
spraying.
kids are that way. Mosquitoes bite me like 1/100th of the time they bite them. So I just tell them I'm not sweet enough, I guess.
It used to be that way for Jeff too, but now he gets bit much more often. I'm spraying these a little bit because I want my colors to bleed.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying on the first batch because
I may
we
have
can
made
do.
these a little bit too uniform. I don't know if it'll bleed through like this.
Oh,
I'm going to do it anyway. It doesn't
yeah.
matter. I'm just going to
I
leave
was
that
gonna,
in a blob.
I was gonna
We'll
say
see.
the whole point is to experiment. So we'll find out.
I have some more blobs over here.
But
And I
that's why
think I better put my
that's kind of why
um,
I'm spraying is to see if it will to bleed more. Oh yeah, that probably is a wise decision.
yeah.
Uh, Although you could mop it up with paper and or a different piece of fabric. Ooh, I may have to just grab another piece of fabric to mop it
Yeah.
up
Well, this
later.
canvas I'm just going to leave underneath
Uh-huh.
and see what happens to it. But I thought that if it happened to go through the canvas, which I would think that would not be likely, but it could, and so that's
Yeah.
why I put that underneath there. But I decided to put all these things in my little piles here. Some messy, some circular. I made some of them this big because we were thinking about using them in clusters, and I thought I would
Yeah.
want some bigger pieces. So
Well,
I
and
made
I
some
just
bigger
I
pieces.
just tore and to experiment with, and what I wish I had done is brought a plastic hanger in here. I may have to go fetch one. Um, and it might have been better to have brought an actual paintbrush with water, but we'll see.
So you're just using your water brush?
I'm just using my water brush. Yep.
Yeah.
But I have
Well,
a giant water brush. It's.
yeah, that's what I got. Well, I got all my water brushes. Here they are.
Yeah.
But I thought the giant one would be the most useful. So I thought if we were painting a scene or something, like we
Yes.
talked about, I might use these others. But for this, I definitely think this is best. And move these over here, I guess, so I can open my.
They're thumbing fools today. That we like that. That's always helpful.
Yep, yep.
Okay. Let's see here what we
Okay,
want.
spray things first, I think, is a really good
I
idea.
think it works real well to make the dye bleed into there some.
Yeah, and
And
I'm going to go ahead and just spray everything a little bit, and then turn it over and spray the other side.
and that's kind of, it just
I wish I had a better spray bottle out here. This one's kind of, it's just a hairspray bottle, and you're not, really supposed to be trying to get things really wet with one of
with a
these. So.
hairspray bottle. Yeah. This one works pretty good, but I forgot to fill it up, so, Um
I use this when I'm spraying down my watercolors.
uh-huh. Well, and
Yeah,
I haven't been spraying these blocks. I don't know. It just
yeah, I haven't. I've never sprayed my blocks either.
I just am a
Um,
little afraid to do that.
I'm afraid they would leak all over each other.
Mhm.
Plus, they've got foam behind underneath them, and
Right.
I don't know. It'd probably
Let's
be
see.
fine, but I haven't ever done it either.
Pages to a sign. Okay, wait a minute. You can't fold them in half and okay, just a minute. Teresa's question went too high up in the air. Okay, let's see. I have a question. Okay, let's put it up on the screen so that we can all see it. Okay. Um, I have a question, and it has nothing to do with what you're doing. Add individual, and I'm sure she meant pages, to a signature. What you're doing that they can't fold them in half and all that. They're just individual. Teresa, I am not exactly sure. Do you understand that,
Are
Lisa?
you wanting them to all be individual, or are you wanting them to be folded? Because that binding that we've done on our scrappy books is great if you want them all to be individual.
That's right.
If you want them to be folded, I'm trying to remember what binding it is that Hannah does. That
Coptic
yeah,
binding. If Kathy, what I'm doing is I'm taking my water brush and I am brushing it across my Inktense bar like that, picking up the color on my brush and then putting it down on my piece of fabric, like so.
I think it would have been faster to go in the house and find another, or go to the store and buy another spray bottle to do what I'm doing with this.
Doing what
But
you're doing with
I'm
them.
wetting everything down, so I guess it's okay if it takes longer.
There are individual pages that I want to add to a signature, but I don't know about adding them as individual pages. I would probably tip them in, Teresa, like with washi tape.
Or you
That's
could just fold over a little bit and sew it into the signature, and then add another single page to that little bit. Does that make sense?
yes, I think so. Give me just a second, and maybe I can. Okay, so that one I'm going to call done for the moment. We'll see how
That's
it looks in a
beautiful.
minute. Okay, so Teresa, what Lisa's saying is this is the sheet. If your signature's already not already sewn, I have actually folded just a little tip of this sheet and put it into the signature binding. Just a second, and I'll show you on a. I got a piece of paper right here. So say I want to tip this whole thing in, I would just fold it like this, and I would put this in the gutter with the signature.
Hi, Sharon.
Yes, these are
Hi,
Inktense
Brenda.
blocks opposed to pencils. Now, if I were to use the pencils, I would probably just try to color with the pencils directly on my piece of fabric or on my whatever I'm going to do. I would probably just.
We might try some of that when later on you know.
Um, I'm going to just do it with this. I'm going to move. Ooh, I have to move this, but I need to clean that mess up. Okay. Let's put that right there. And, oh, this will be a good wipe up cloth. We'll just wipe it up with this. Um, and move this where I can work with it.
Well,
I
you
would say tip them in with a strip of paper or something.
yeah, or just with some fabric or washi tape or something, and just tip them in on top of your another page if they're exactly the size you want them to be. Okay. Now then,
Now, this
have
thread
to
I can already tell is not wet enough to
have stuff spread.
really dissolve the pencils. So I'm going to have to spray it again. I can tell from feeling it. It's just one of those things you can sort of feel. The pencils work really cool. You're kind of off camera.
Sorry, thank you.
The Inktense. Hi, Brenda. The Inktense paint pans. Um, well, I have to tell you, these blocks were a gift, and they're greatly appreciated every single day. Um, I love my pencils, but I don't necessarily use them like pencils. So I think we're going to put some pink in that one too. But they work really nice on the string. I don't know how they will work on the fabric. We're gonna play today with this. That was the whole plan, is to play. Whatever you do, do not close up these. They're wet. Don't ever close up your Inktense or any other water soluble uh, don't ever close up your water soluble media while they're wet. They will, especially here, they'll get nasty. Okay. The pencils worked really fun on the string.
That's good.
The thread really grabbed hold of the color.
Yeah.
See how pretty that looks?
Yeah, that is pretty.
So, oh, but it's very drippy now. So we'll just move it up here. Mm-mm-mm. And we will clean up. Now here's this is going to be this is just a piece of cotton, and it's going to end up colored because I'm cleaning up my mess with it.
Yay.
Oh, Mildo is a fan of tap water. Yes, wet, damp, humid, warmish. Mm-hmm. And yes, the blocks actually come like in an ink, like a watercolor set.
Like that.
Yeah, but they come. Barbara's got the travel sets, which would be fun too.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Okay, I'm going to do this string with the blocks and my brush now and see how that works. And we're going to go for some nice warm colors. Now you can take the blocks like right out of your thing and do that. I just didn't really want to get them that wet. I thought that it would work better to do it the other way. Oh, hi, Randy. Yes. Okay. The way this sprays is very, very, very fine mist. And frankly, if you use air freshener, this is the same kind of bottle that Febreze comes in. And the Febreze bottle can be washed out and used like a water bottle. Unfortunately, I can't stand that stuff. So
Yeah, I
this,
can't either. So I'm gonna have to buy me one of those because trust me, the hairspray bottle thing is a lot of work.
yeah,
It's cheap,
um,
but it's a
and
lot of work.
this has like an air pump in it, and what it cost, I think about $7. I got it from Sally's Beauty Supply. They're all over the country. Um, we have one right up the street. And I walked in, I told her I needed a spray bottle because what they do is they buy big, huge gallons of hairspray and product, and then they put it out in these bottles. Or when they want to spray down your hair, that's beautiful, Lisa.
I like it. I like the. It reminds me of when I'm dyeing wool and how much fun that is.
Uh-huh. And it sprays very, very fine mist, and
I'm
it really sprays out fine. And the water, it's like,
gonna go ahead and hang that one up. I think.
yeah. This is, it's a real fine spray, it's real fine mist. It works really well when you're trying to just mist something. So we're gonna, oh yeah.
It isn't safe for me. I don't. It's not safe for your animals, but it's not really good for us either.
I was
But
gonna
it's
say,
definitely not good for my family.
I don't like it, and it just, it's one of those things I don't like to have. I mean, I'd rather smell the stinky.
Oh,
Anytime, Randy. Always ask. Please ask. Okay, so I'm going to go for some warm colors on this one, some reds, and see how it goes.
oh, I'm making a mess trying to fill this water brush up. But I don't want to go back.
That is one of the things. My water brush is already empty, so okay, we need some orange, some really good orange.
I just made a mess on the floor, so I got to find something to clean that up.
Uh-oh.
No, I thought I was doing this over the trash can, but it's splotched out onto the
Oh
floor.
dear. Yes, Jamie is being interviewed. Monday at 10:30, did she say? Hi, Beth.
Oh, that's cool. Who's interviewing her?
Art Joy of Sharing. She she's been interviewed over there.
How fun! I think I'm just going to do this.
There you go. That works.
I'm tired of fussing with trying to get.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let's see. We need some really red here. Oh, that's very pink. That's not red.
No, the only red I have that's really red. Well, there's a that looks orangey when you look
Well,
at it.
honestly, none of these reds are very red. They all um hint towards one or the other. I'm sure the 400 is supposed to be red, but it's not real red.
Yeah, I don't know what number this one is, but um it's the one I have that seems like it's really red, but mixed with that pink, that tones down the pink, and I like that. So okay, so there's not a whole lot of. I mean, it all blended together pretty well. I
Oh,
I need some spots of something.
you're going to have to go with something that's maybe a purple or a blue.
Yeah.
Remember that this is ink. It'll dye. It's going to mix together. Be careful. Don't mix uh oh dear. It's the one across the color wheel from your others. Like,
Complimentary.
well, okay, if you have red, yellow, and blue, and you've put blue on, or she's got reds or pinks, don't put yellow and blue because it'll all end up brown. So make sure to choose one or the other and make it go towards the purples with the blue or towards the oranges with the yellow. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And I
There's a
decided to
word.
actually.
There's a word for that, and I can't remember what it is. So
Okay, I put some purple bits in it.
yeah, and that will. Oh, I didn't realize I had
Two little strips instead of one big strip. Okay, these are going to have to hang over the trash can because I think they're going to drip.
I kind of took my drips and put it on my rag. By sitting my piece that was really drippy on the rag, it kind of got happier.
Yeah.
This string, this like string is taking a lot of color to get it to get color in it. Plus my water brush is empty. So Lisa made purple on her table. That's right. Okay, so Lisa, if you said something in the last couple of minutes, apparently my Bluetooth just went out and went back in again.
Oh,
Yes, put
are
blue and
you?
yellow on the same thing and it will be green, but if you put blue and yellow and red on the same thing, then it will be brown. And she did make purple on her table, and I'm going to have water too. So let's see what we can do here.
I
We
like
were
to fill
used.
my water brushes from that little spout on my water filter.
Oh,
It
uh-huh.
fills them really good, but um,
Well, we're going to just put some water on there because we're going to make it really kind of get soupy. There we go. It's soupy now. And well, but see, brown might be pretty, but we can make brown so many other ways. That's the thing.
yeah.
Um, yeah, this is there's no way I'm going to get that in there. Y'all realize I'm going to make a big old mess, right?
Well, that'd be fine if you do. I just did.
Okay, I'm glad. Well, I put it over the fabric that I'm going to dye in a few minutes anyway. So there we go.
Yeah.
Did you get the strings and cloth at tag sales, etc.? Okay, this string is actually a thing of string that I got at the hardware store because I didn't have anything like it. It's twisted. It's like real string, like outdoor hardware type string. Um, this is crochet thread, which I've had in my stash for years and years and years. Who knows? Um, this piece of fabric is from a wedding dress that I just started tearing up. This piece is from the lining of the wedding dress. No, that's the curtain. It's a curtain I got at an estate sale somewhere along. This is the lining. Ooh, and it's going to be pretty when it comes
It sure is.
apart. When it gets dry. Um, and as far as fabric goes, I have enough fabric to last 3 lifetimes. So um, I have collected over my life a lot of fabric. This is actually ribbon. This organdy is ribbon from Stampin' Up. Um, back when they sold organdy ribbon. I don't know if they still do. Um, but that's what that is from. So
Mine is these things are sheet, got at the thrift store. This is cotton bias tape, I got at the thrift store. This is twine like you're supposed to truss your chicken with, that I got in the grocery department at Walmart. And these are all this just cotton. It's a heavy, it's like a size 3 cotton crochet thread, and I got it at the thrift store as well. This is some canvas I got at the thrift store, and the other things I've got here that I'm going to work on in a little bit, they all came from the thrift store too. So
okay,
this is the only thing I bought at a regular store.
this is all kind of stuff, and the this wedding dress and is actually was Jeff's sister's. So that's where it came from. So all right. One of the things, if you're using a water brush, you want to do is clean your water brush out so that you don't end up with cross-contaminating on your palette. So I'm going to go for these blues up here. See what happens on this yellow. Now, this organdy, even though I sprayed it, did not take the
It won't
water.
take water well, so it won't take the
No.
ink well. Yeah.
It's taking the ink okay. Um, and I'm choosing colors that, I'm going to put blues on there so that blue and yellow, if it does switch, it will kind of go to the green. It just dried out really fast too. They have one sheer looking ribbon that is a pale tealy color. I was very curious when you said wedding dress. There has to be a story behind that. Oh yeah, it was hanging in Jeff's dad's closet. We lost Jeff's sister about 6 years ago, so um, I brought it
Well, it's
home.
neat to have a little bit of her in your art. I think that's
Yep,
great.
yep. So this is the first time I've taken any pieces off of it. I brought it because of the lace on it. The lace is gorgeous on it, but I haven't taken any pieces off of it till today. And I was in there, and I was looking for different things I wanted to try, and it's polyester satin. It's the skirt is not silk or anything like that. Um, so I wanted to see how it would work, and actually it worked really well. So no, I didn't, Randy, because like Lisa said, it's kind of fun to have a little piece of it to do something with. Glittered black organdy ribbon as well. Ah, okay.
I'm making some pretty spots.
Yeah, you are. Hmm. Some pretty spots.
Some
That's
pretty
true.
spots.
Yeah.
Half the stuff I spent all that time spraying is dried already.
It's
So
dry already. Mm-hmm. Yep.
okay.
Okay.
I thought I had
I'm
3 of
just
these.
gonna leave that now. I'm just kind of.
Oh, there it is.
Now, one thing about it is you can always let it dry and paint it again.
Yeah, that's true. If you don't
Like,
like it once it dries.
well, it kind of all ended up being the same color.
Yeah.
So once it dries, I can always put, a different color on it if I want. It's getting me all dirty now. I'm going to have to.
Oh yeah,
And
I gave up on
ornaments,
trying to stay clean.
yeah.
This hand is all inky. So,
Yes, Andrea, and that's true. And I mean, I brought it home to do this with, and I just hadn't. I hadn't, not to do this particular project necessarily, but to do a project of some sort with. Um, and I hadn't. And so today was the day. And we want some purpley colors. I want some purples. Okay, let's get some more water on that. It's handy when you have a catalog. Aha. No two words together by accident. Aha. Ribbon petal pink color. Yeah, see, I figured they'd still. They had the organdy ribbons they had back then sort of matched the card stocks and everything else. I have a bunch of them, and I don't use them. That's one of those things that needs to get used. Okay, so there's a pretty purpley blue color. Oh, let's see here. Let's get this color. Oh
and
yeah,
my brush
that's
is
a
out
good.
of water again.
What?
And my
Your
brush is
brush?
out of water again.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Mine is kind of getting there. I think in some respects less is more with this. Woo!
I did it that time without making a mess.
Oh, goody.
Yay.
Jeffrey, when you can, would you come here a minute? Yes, but also would you go to my Oh, you must be really cold. Um, would you go to my closet and get me one of those plastic hangers?
Oh, wait.
Yeah, white plastic hangers. Okay. Um, okay, that's getting kind of pretty. Uh-huh, uh-huh. But I think it needs a little more blue. Let's get all the purple out and go back to this blue. You guys do realize this is totally experimentation day. We had no
Totally.
idea. We had no idea how this was going to turn out. So we're just experimenting. But I'm liking it.
I'm going to do a journal in the coming, I don't know, weeks, months, whatever.
Uh-huh.
That is pure play with
Ooh,
paint,
that sounds like fun.
because I don't do that very often and I want to paint more. So I'm just going to play in this journal and just paint.
Okay. That sounds like a lot of fun.
I always make things at least, mixed media or collage or something.
Uh-huh. Yep. Okay, so what I'm doing is I have I'm hanging my things up on this rack right beside me. We'll see if it's gonna drip or not.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Because I'm just kind of wadding them up and hanging them up there. So because it's not long enough to hang them. Okay. Of course, my colors are coming out very bright because y'all see that I like the bright colors. Oh, look at my wipe up rag.
I
It's
like
coming
it.
out. It's pretty too. Thank
Kind
you.
of like my underneath rag.
Oh yeah, your underneath rag is going to be great. You might need to swing it around and do a different corner.
I will, but I wanted to add a little something else right here, some other
Okay.
color. Well, I don't know why, just because I
Barbara
decided.
said that's a huge commitment to just paint, no lace.
I know it is a huge commitment because I don't typically do that. So
Okay, I've lost my headset thingy. It's just, I don't know, one of those days. Okay, I think I'm going to leave this kind of like that. It's kind of, I'm going to clean up this mess and put it on there. This is kind of pretty. Hang that up a little bit. Okay, we have another one here. Oh, I really should do a different color scheme. What color scheme? Oh, green. I haven't done any green.
well, you need some green, Tanya. Goodness gracious.
Well, green and I are not as familiar as you are.
I know, but I've done some pink.
I know. But Andrew says she's fussy cutting for her scavenger hunt journal.
Oh,
Cutting,
cool.
cutting, 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 cutting. So, okay. So we have that green. Now we need some dark green. Let's see. Is that really dark green? Oh, yeah. Let's
Ooh.
go here. Oh, that's a nice foresty green.
Let's sop that up.
Did you make a mess?
I did. I spilled some water, but I'm just going to sop it up with my string and then.
There you go. It was so cold outside. Jeffrey came in. He said he wasn't going to work. He's not used to not. When we were in South Dakota, he had a heated barn, So,
Ooh.
oh yeah, the barn had heating and air conditioning in one section of it, not the whole barn, but one section
Yeah.
of it. I had actually used that one section for ages as my studio space. I just got tired of having to fully clothe myself every time I wanted to go in the house and change a load of laundry or do something like that. So,
Oh, yeah.
I'd have to totally get my coat and boots and everything back on to get back in the house to. Uh-oh. Made a mess.
I thought this was purpler than it is.
Kathy, which sort of prompts are you thinking you're having problems with? Because most of the prompts you can, if you don't have that thing, you can draw that thing or something like that. It's real open to interpretation. Um, what things are you missing that you feel like you're not going to be able to find. You don't use bar soap for one. Okay.
So what is the prompt that uses bar soap?
You have to
Soap.
have a you have to have a bar soap wrapper.
Ah.
Okay. So just send me a message and I will send you a wrapper from a bar soap. Send me your um address. Email me. Don't put it here. Email it to me or message me on Facebook. One of the two. And I will send you one. But you could draw one or you could
Make up one.
make up
Make
one.
make up a brand of soap that's all your own, and I think that
Or
would be fun.
take an ad out of the um,
Out of a
out of
magazine.
out of a magazine. But
Yeah.
you also have to have something sent to you from a friend. So um, I will gladly send. You have to.
Thank you, Lisa.
And there you go. Nettie handmade her feathers, and I used a paper feather. Yes. So um, okay, my green is done. It's very muted, different green. So we'll see how it turns out.
Oh, I like that. I'm gonna have to do one of those because I like the mine have been brighter. What I've done with the green has been brighter.
Yes, Kathy, it can also then be something from another a fib. Um, so uh, you need something from a fib. So just send me an email.
Well, you need art from a fib, and you need something that someone gave you.
Right.
They can be two different things.
That's right. So now I'm probably not going to art on your soap
Right.
wrapper,
Right.
but I will send you something in the envelope with your soap wrapper. If you don't already have an art from a friend. Okay, so now now I got to get that to go back in there. Come on now. These wipes, that one does not want to work very well. There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's hang this one up a little bit. Oh, they're all touching, so they may all get kind of. And let's let that one soak. And now I want to do something a little different. But I think I'm going to have some paper towel to dry up my table. Lisa's fabric is fabulous.
Yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Okay, so now I need a little more room. A little more room. There we go. And we're going to clean that up. Put the lid on. Hi, Janice.
Hi, Janice. We're glad you're here. We're playing. Can you tell?
We're making a mess is what we're doing. Oh, that's pretty, Lisa.
It's olive green. I don't know if that's what it's called, but that's the color of the green. And then just a really dark green.
Oh, my hands now smell like that baby wipe. Oof. Nasty. Okay, don't buy these kind.
Brighter stuff in it.
Okay.
Don't buy what kind?
Refreshing waterfall. Oh, stinky. Nasty, nasty. Ugh. The smell is horrible.
Well, I usually try to buy something that doesn't have any kind of scent.
I may have told Jeffrey to buy me a package of baby wipes, and that's what came home.
Yeah, and it sounded good.
Yeah, well, and not only that, it may have been all we could get too. That's the other.
Well, that's true. That is true.
That's Okay. How big is that? Better have a little bit more.
This all one strip? Yeah, it is all one strip. I need a little bit more of that dark color because
Okay.
it kind of disappeared.
I don't know how straight that is or anything, but it's big enough to make a cover. This is a piece of like real heavy drapery, or I would say more upholstery fabric. I just had a scrap. Do me a favor though, Kathy, send it to me. It will make me remember what I'm supposed to do. If you don't mind, my email is in the description box right here below, but I'll put it in here for you.
Yeah, sometimes that request is as much about memory as anything.
Yes, it's about remembering. It's really about remembering. By the time I get up here, I will be tired and I will forget things. Uh-oh. I forgot the number.
I'm sitting here wondering, is it still snowing?
Well, go look out the door. There you go. Small art incident a few days ago. Re-inking an ink pen and forgot to check the bottom label. I did check the top. Yep, re-inked with the wrong re-inker. Oh dear. Not good. I realized my Stampin' Up! Black re-inker is empty, so I'm going to have to see if I have another one. Okay, so this is a real rough fabric. And I'm going to see if I can, if it's dry. I'm not going to wet it down. I'm going to see if I can draw on it with these. You were able to salvage it? Oh, thank heavens. So I do not know if I'm going to, how hard this is going to be. We're going to see. My thought is if I put it on here dry and then spray it and wet it down, now, I might not be able to. I might have to paint it on with the blocks, so we'll see. This is very, very experiment.
I'm sorry. I was thinking while and doing something somewhere else while you were talking about that fabric. Where did you get that fabric?
Out of a box.
All right, thanks. I feel so much more connected now.
Oh, okay.
That's exactly the kind of answer one of my kids would give me, or my husband, for that matter.
Okay. It is.
You're in good company because I love them a bunch.
It is a heavy, heavy piece of drapery or upholstery fabric. Now, it's very loose weave. It does not have a backing on it. If you upholstered something with it, I could guarantee it would wear out pretty quick. But it was a chunk, a square, and likely as not, I got it from a friend 27 years ago, maybe, because I had these friends that did upholstery for the big condos out on the beach.
Yeah.
And she would save me sacks of chunks of fabric to use. We sewed dolls that we gave to cancer patients for banging on the table, and they have a name, and I just didn't want to say it out loud. Um, and frustration dolls is a really good way to put it. We sewed bears and stuff for Salvation Army. We've done all kinds of sewing like that. Now, this piece was not appropriate for any of that stuff, so it ended up in my boxes, you know.
Right.
And that's likely where it came from, because I've never done anything with a piece like this, and it was just a square, just a chunk. And she would have a lot of pieces like that left over.
Right.
And rather than send them to the landfill, she would bring them to anybody who, you know, was doing that kind of sewing. And a
Yeah.
lot of the drapery fabric and a lot of the fabric they used worked real well to make the dolls and the bears and stuff like that. So that is probably where it came from in answer to that question, but out of a box. All right. Two drawers into one. Yes. Archival inks and a bunch of blocks within arm's reach. That's always a good thing. Okay.
Okay, I think I'm going to do this next because I really want to see how this is going to react.
Now, is that the twill tape?
Yeah.
Okay. Twill tape is not easy to come by anymore. Did you know that?
I haven't looked for it, actually. I found this, a box of these little packages, you know,
Uh-huh.
at a thrift store for $1, and I bought the whole box. And
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've given some of them away, and Hannah took some of them because she likes to use them to braid her hair.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
So
I can't remember what it was I needed a piece for, but I needed twill tape. The bias binding was not going to work. And I went through Mom's drawers, and I managed to get a couple of pieces, but I was hunting for a package, and I couldn't find any. Now, I'm sure I've seen some since, but the day I needed it, I couldn't find it.
yeah.
Oh, she is, Andrea. Lisa is a master thrifter.
I've had many years of practice. My thrifting just changed over the years what I looked for.
Yeah, I can see where that would happen. Mm-hmm.
I used to, you know, thrift for, well, clothes for the kids for one, because they just kept growing out of their clothes. You know, they do that, and and some you know, homeschool things and stuff to use for homeschooling. And I did it. And then when I didn't have to, you know, the kids got older, and the stuff you need for homeschooling you don't find at thrift stores anymore.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, Brandon was little for so long, you know, he was a huge baby, but then by the time he was a kindergartner, he was the littlest kindergartner in class. So, you know, it took him a long time, and then he was so skinny that there was no buying clothes at the thrift store for him. There's still no buying clothes at the store for him these days.
Yeah.
You know, a grown man with a 28-inch waist is, you know, it's hard. His uniform pants, they make him swim. Okay.
I bet that was hard. I have trouble finding stuff for Ethan just because he needs a 34 length.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm sure. Well, Brandon will put up with a 30 or a 32, either one. But and if you find something that's small, it's usually a 30. But they're a little short. He really needs a 32.
Yeah.
And he's gotten taller since since I was buying his clothes. So he possibly is into a taller one, but I don't think so. I think a 32 would probably be just fine.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, how different people are built. Like Darren has, he's only 1 inch shorter than Ethan, but he wears a 30 length and Ethan wears a 34 length.
Well, it's just like my husband's taller than I am. He needs a 29 and I need a 32.
Yeah.
So he's just got little short legs.
Yeah.
Buying him shorts that are long is really easy. How's it going now? Hi, Beth.
Hi, Beth.
How's what going, dear?
Did we miss something?
Yeah, it might have. I'm sorry, I haven't been paying as good to chat as I should. I'm concentrating. These little dots are hard to draw. Did you all know that?
I believe it.
I'm happy with how it's going, but we're just, and I don't want to spray it to see how it's going to go until I get more of it done.
Yeah. Oh, so you haven't wet those at all yet?
No, I have not wet this at all. And I may, when I get this one done, I may try drawing with my blocks. Out of reach of too many. But I have to put some more dots over on this side. Oh, I need to hang this piece up too so that we can be drying. Oh, yeah. Oh. I have a lovely curtain over here now. Oh, my ribbon is all dry. You need white under it. Let's see here. We need white under it. Kathy says, man, she has patience. No way I could do all those dots. It's very subtle on this yellow ribbon.
But that's the way organza should be.
Yes, I think it's pretty. So I'm happy with that one. The other ones aren't quite dry yet. I'll get them down when they get dry. Julie needs some tea. It looks like linen. This, Beth, is not linen. It is very definitely a polyester of some sort or acrylic of some sort. And it's pilling when I draw on it. And it might be a blend. It's hard telling whether it's a blend. Kathy wants a piece on Lisa's desk, I think. Yep. Mm-hmm. She's going to make a cover out of that for sure. I have a pretty that I used to stop stuff up with. It's not done yet because I'll have to go back and put some more stuff on it. But it's going to be cool.
Okay.
Now,
I was going to stop at this point and move on to something else, but I really want to finish filling in the colors on this, so I'm just going to keep going until I've got it filled in. And
that's right.
Or used up all these papers. I mean, these sheet pieces. So
right. So I like the fact that you thought to put that underneath though, because now all of that is on something that's pretty. My thought with this one, this piece is that I might use it to make a cover of some sort.
Yeah.
Oh, I was started to say though, guys, one of the things about the Inktense is that once you get them totally wet and then they get dry, they're permanent. So you can go over, you can stamp over that stuff. You can put paint over it. You can put Mod Podge over it. So, okay, I'm going to try a block this time. Which color shall I use? Let's use this color. Come on, out of there. The blocks are a lot softer. They're probably going to make my drawing the dots a lot easier. Yep. Way easier than the pencil. On this piece of fabric. On this piece of fabric, at least. This is very, very rough fabric, so. I can't draw a circle very well, but you know how that is. Lisa, what are you thinking of doing with your paper? It's actually fabric, Beth.
It's canvas. It's a piece of canvas.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to make a journal cover out of it, or maybe 2 small ones, because it's a fairly decent size piece. Okay.
Now, if your fabric wasn't as rough as this piece is, it might be much easier to draw on. I have some cotton. I have some more of that polyester from different thing. I have some different fabrics, so I'll try something different in a little bit when I finish this piece.
Out of water again. Good grief. I'm going to be happy to move something where I'm painting so I can use a bunch of brushes and not have to refill all the time.
Beth, not peeling, but pilling. Pilling. You know how fabric sometimes gets those little pills? It's doing that. Just a little bit, not a lot. Enough that I can notice it, you know. The surface is rolling off, yes. So it's not doing it near as bad with the blocks as it did with the pencil because the blocks are so much softer. Hi, Cheryl. And hello to anyone who's come in. If I didn't say hi, hi. Glad you're here. Okay. The other thing is, since I've never done this before, I don't know how much color I have to get on there to have it really be a good color. You know, it's do I have to get a ton on there, or is a little bit good? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we need some brighter color in there. So let's get this and do it with this.
Got 2 more little pieces.
Get them up, move them out. Okay, let's see. Remember that show. What's going on? Craft Tech paper. Oh, yes, it would work very well on Craft Tech, Kathy. That Craft Text is fabulous for you can, and actually I think the original time I saw them using it was using it on Craft Text. Um, and for those of you who don't know what Craft Text is, you know that little Levi's tag on the back of your Levi's? The one that goes through the
Looks like
washer,
leather.
looks like leather, but is actually paper. That's what Craft Text is. And I have it in several colors. Um, and you can buy it at the fabric store or online. Um, you can wash it, you can paint it, you can sew it. So it's very nice. It's heavy, so it's like sewing something heavy like denim or something like that. Um, I do not like the orange in there. I should not have picked up the orange. That's all right. It happens. Um, it makes wonderful journal covers. Okay, I made a journal cover out of it. Where did it go? Did I give it to somebody? Hmm. Like I can't. Oh, yes, I did. I made it for my friend who lives in out in the country here. Um, I made her a like a sketchbook journal kind of thing with mixed media paper in it. Kathy says, "Ooh, I just got a new roll! Yay!" Okay, I think that's enough dots. So we're going to do something different than dots now. Okay, let's see if I want to do that with the pencil. Doesn't work it's not too bad with the pencil because I'm going in a straight line with the grain. You know, it's the I'm not fighting with the fabric. Candy's here. Hi, Candy. Tiger fruit raspberry. So if you're making lines, the pencils work pretty nice on this fabric, and I really think they would work just fine on something that is not quite so aggressive as far as the fabric goes. Okay, I think we want. Look at her put her little bits just right where she wants them on her sopping up fabric. That's cool.
It's now all about decorating the fabric, underpainting, and
yeah, See what I mean about pilling? I'm getting little pieces of. Yeah, I would have never chosen to do a couch or chair in this fabric. That much I will tell you. I know that they got a lot of work because the people the decorators wanted this fabric or that fabric, and she would tell them it wasn't going to hold up, and didn't matter. More shows? What, back? You like the orange? Well, the orange is okay now, but at first I didn't like it. So I'm liking it more now. It kind of pops out of there because it's so different. Okay, we're gonna see how it goes now. Okay. Have Gun Will Travel is one Jeff watches in the mornings on Saturday, I think. While he's eating his breakfast. Now, are you just painting the fabric now?
Just a little bit, yeah. Just trying to fill
Mm-hmm.
out the edges.
Yeah. Well, and that lower left corner, the whole quadrant,
Yeah,
around maybe it needs a little bit of something somewhere because everybody else has got some strong
exactly.
yeah. Okay. All right, here we go, guys. Okay, it's bleeding a little bit, which is cool. I kind of like it. I love what it's doing. Oh, yep. I'm going to have to go get more water in my spray bottle, though, because I'm going to run out here in a second. One of the things you want to do is make sure you get it really wet. Yes, that's right, Kathy. We don't, of course, I can't remember them from one day to the next sometimes. That's not true, but okay, I'm empty. I'm going to be right back. I have to go get some more water. Lisa will have to chat with you.
Chat,
Hi,
chat, chat.
Janet. Welcome.
Hi, Janet. I'm glad you're here.
Yes, Beth. I think these spray bottles are worth every penny. I think I paid 7. It's held up really well. I mean, I've had it a couple of years.
I'm in the zone. I'm sorry. I'm not. You're right. I'm not very good at staying in the zone and talking at the same time. But I'm enjoying how this is looking. Oh, and you are, and I am so grateful that you are good at chatting amongst yourselves because, oh, I got a wipe up napkin here that's going to be pretty nice. I want this stuff to kind of bleed into each other the way it did when I had sprayed all this stuff. So I'm trying to re-wet the canvas before I put this stuff down.
Oh dear, Kathy, we'll be praying for you in the morning. Lisa, you need to say something so I'm sure that my headset's working.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I
okay.
haven't been talking very good.
That's all right. I just wanted to be sure because it didn't sound like it was working. One of the things is that when you have to refill this, it takes a minute or two for it to start um, to come back up. You know, it you have to pump it a few times for it to get its little attitude adjusted. But it's a nice fine mist. I really like this spray bottle.
Oops.
Um, Barbara, we're still having trouble with our internet. Even after the guy supposedly worked on it for 2 days before the new year, half the time it's gone, and then 5 minutes later it'll be back. And the other night I was trying to do a bead show, and I had almost non-existent upload speed. It just is frustrating. The other thing is this spray bottle works sideways. Um, most spray bottles you can't lay down, and this is it works just fine sideways. Now it is bleeding, which is okay with me.
Well, I assumed when you sprayed it, you were kind of hoping for that.
Yes, in some respects I was. Um, okay, so now I have to have someplace to lay it down because you can't hang it up. If it's going to bleed like that, you don't want to hang it because it's going to run. So you want something to lay it on. So I got to get out some of my freezer paper sheets.
Okay, I think I'm going to call this done.
I think, yep, looks real good. Um, our
Now to-
cable and internet comes together, so okay, so this is pretty cool, just like it is already. So my wipe up sheet is really cool. It's very pale right now, but we're just going to leave it like it is and wipe up more with it a little while. A lot of the movies on Netflix was free on YouTube. Yeah, that's true. Now, Lisa, don't you have a service where you don't have to watch the ads on YouTube?
Yeah,
That's what I thought.
it's I don't know if it's called a bunch of different things. It does a bunch of different things. Like it's Google Music and YouTube Premium or YouTube Red. I can't remember what they call it,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but it also my kids can stream unlimited music, which they love, and you want to listen to a lot of podcasts on it and that kind of thing. But it also takes the ads off of YouTube.
Okay. All right. So now I have this is a piece of fabric that was painted with acrylic paint. Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm just going to cut it in half because it's too big. It is a It's just a heavy cotton. It was, well, it's actually probably a cotton poly something, and I did it probably 2 years ago. I have a bunch of different colors of it. Um, it was watered down acrylic paint. It's still soft. Some of them got stiff. Called Heartbreak. It's quite lovely. Oh, Cheryl, we watched the first 3 seasons of Outlander, and then Netflix didn't seem to get the rest of the seasons, which is very disappointing. Um, so anyways, this has not got as much texture, and it's also already been painted once, so I thought it would be fun to see what happened with it. So that's what my plan is here.
Okay, well, my plan for this is kind of like my canvas turned out. So I may change my plan, but I'm thinking about using it like this and making a page in a journal with it.
Okay. Hi, Lala. Hello, hello.
But I could also try to draw something on it and do like you were doing, which I think would be fun.
Netflix is up to season 5. Only if you get DVDs, right? Because we don't have DVDs anymore. We only stream. That would be fun, Lisa, to try drawing on it.
I'm just looking. I saw somebody say hi, Lala, and
yeah, she's here.
I don't see her, but hi.
Hi, she's here. There she goes. Blanket hello and hugs.
Hi, we're glad you're here. I just somehow my stream hadn't moved up. So, hi, Candy. I guess I missed you too. I'm glad you're here, both of you. Okay.
This time I'm actually drawing. We're going to see what happens.
Well, that's what I'm going to try to do on this. I think if I don't like it, I can always make it.
Janice, I read it. I read all of the books too, and really enjoyed that series. Jeff's not a reader, so he was actually enjoying the watching the series, and I did enjoy watching them. So one of the things,
this is not easy to draw on.
Yeah, it's not real easy. It would be easier if we taped these down and stretched them out, but that would take time.
It would, and then I couldn't turn it like this. So
that's the other thing, is that you can't turn it. So,
and I have enough trouble trying to get a flower to look like a flower without trying to do it all from one angle.
Lala said she loved stamping the words the other day, and Barbara said she liked doing that too.
Good.
Barbara's right. If you press this cloth to a piece of freezer paper, it would be, yes. You're right. Freezer paper has that plastic side, and if you press the cloth to the paper, yes, we used to do that, and I don't know why I didn't think of it, but that's because I wasn't thinking. Does attache papers? Tina is here. I've got to put that down on my list. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Tina. I need to put that on my list too. We want to know you next time you come in, Tina. That's what our list is for. It's the nice list. It's not the naughty list.
Are we sure?
Well,
if I was on there, it would be the naughty list, just so you know.
I'm calling it the nice list and predicting that that comes true.
Okay. I'm having problems with my list because it's got a bad attitude apparently. Let's change its place and see if that works better. Oh yes, that works much better. This flower got one very large petal.
Yeah.
That's okay. You know, that's all right. Okay, Lala. Okay, let me get out the freezer paper. Just a minute. It's right here. I keep a roll in the. I use this stuff for everything. Okay, this is Reynolds Kitchen freezer wrap, and it's got to be the paper, plastic coated paper kind. So one side is shiny and it's plastic, and the other side is paper. And what you do is you just put your fabric on the plastic side and press. And just like you can press a napkin um, um, to plastic wrap, it does the same thing, and it will stiffen your paper. You can actually put paper through the printer. Don't, I mean, it can sometimes jam. That is still, I would not recommend it, but you can put fabric through your paper if it's ironed to freezer wrap. Now, I can't put it through mine because I have a laser printer. You don't want to put it through a laser printer. Well, the freezer, yes, you just peel it right off. I actually use freezer paper for a lot of things because you can Mod Podge stuff to freezer paper. You can, and it peels off. I have a video called Faux, what is it? Faux vellum. And that's what I use, tissue paper, napkins, whatever you want to use. You use Mod Podge and you do it on the plastic side of the freezer wrap, and it comes right off when it's dry. If you want to make an acrylic skin, freezer paper is fabulous to paint on, and then it will come off. The acrylic will come off of it. Um, Rolodex Altered Reader's Digest. Ooh, sounds pretty, Julie.
I would
And
love
Sherry,
to see that Rolodex Altered Reader's Digest. That sounds interesting.
I've been wanting to do one of those. I just have, it's one of those things. Sherry's here. Hi, Sherry.
Hi, Sherry. We're glad you're here.
Yeah, I'm sure they have something, Sherry. It's similar. You just have to figure out what they call it. Um, butcher paper
Butcher paper.
is not. A lot of butcher paper is not coated with the plastic on one side.
Yeah,
That's
you would
what
need
it would have.
to specify. Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to have that one side that's plastic coated. But butcher paper is the first thing I would look at. Oh, okay. We're we're both using at the moment. We're using our Derwent Inktense pencils. Um, oops, that's upside down. Thank you, sweetie. That's very nice of you to say, Tina. The other thing we have been using is our Inktense blocks, and mine is on top of the lid, so I can't turn the lid over. But these are the same inks. They're just in
Mine
block
is
form.
too, but I've got it less to mess with than you do to get it turned over. But
Turned over. Okay.
she's using a 72 block set, and I've got a 36 block set. But
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. They all
No.
do the same thing.
They all do the same thing, and the thing about them is that when you when as long as you fully activate them, and by fully activate them, that means that you have to completely water them down. Once they're watered down and they dry, they're permanent. I made this is a piece of organdy ribbon that was yellow, and I put splotches of color on it and made it kind of green and blue. I've got some other things over here. Let's see what's dry. Well, this is getting there. This is a piece of curtain, and eventually I'll have to iron it so that you guys can see it. But we were splotching with when we were doing those things. We were just
Yeah, I
splotching
don't
it down.
have anything that's dry, but this is bias tape.
This is crochet cotton,
Another
which is
color.
coming out real pretty.
This is the canvas I was working on top of, and then I just added the rest to fill it up.
Oh, it's tangled. This is another piece of oh, I dropped stuff. This is another piece. It was white. And the thing of it is that when they dry, they'll be permanent. So that's the plan.
Oh. I'm going to cover up some of my flowers. I'm going to have to make a smaller pocket and a longer book. But that's okay. When you make your own journal, you can do it anyway.
Do it any way you want. There you go.
Okay.
That's right. You probably don't, none of us probably need something. Oh, thank you, Linda. 40 thumbs. Yay! I could use those 40 thumbs. Of course, they're usually in my getting in my messy stuff. So we're gonna make a little flower to see what happens with it.
I wish my Facebook notifications would not come up on front of the chat.
Screen. Oops, that flower's kind of odd. Oh well, we're not gonna worry about it. I was so good yesterday. I went in that yarn store and didn't buy a thing.
I'm proud of you.
Well, that's the kind of yarn store that you really have to either be in love with something, or you have to have a project that you are after yarn for, because it's not the inexpensive kind.
Right. No, anything that's hand done is going to cost you.
No. So
And I understand exactly why, because I do some of that, and that's why I don't sell it, because
I was going to say it takes a lot to dye something.
And nobody wants to pay for my spinning time and my dyeing time and all of that. So
yeah, we were having
somebody might, but it would not be the majority of people I know.
We were having that discussion in the store. So, oh, that's so pretty, Lisa. Now the thing of it is you're prepared for it to bleed, right?
Yeah, I've decided I'm gonna use my paintbrush too, and not spray it.
Uh, that is
But it'll
exactly
still
what
bleed.
I thought I would do. Is use my water brush to
Yeah.
Now the other thing is especially on the other one, when it's dry, I plan to go over it with my paint markers, and I might even add some collage. You never know what I might do with it.
Just never know.
Yep, yep, yep. I might decide it needs more stuffs on it.
You might. I might too, because mine looks like a perfect background to me.
Yeah. Barbara used exactly 2 scraps out of her scrap bin the other day when we were making words. Well, I did pretty good on using my scraps. I used quite a few. Um, now they weren't in the scrap bin because they had been in that envelope, but they were at least scraps. I would have called them scraps, and they would have been in the scrap bin had I not sorted them out for something else. So,
At this pace, she's going to need 600 years.
oh yes, I will need 600 years. But Barbara, we can't go until our scraps are all used up. That's the way it is. I've got all this fabric to use too, and I can't go till all my fabric and yarn is used up.
We're going to be here a while.
That's right.
And since all of you have just as many stuff as we have, you'll be around to watch.
Yeah, there you go. Now, there's another thing you could do with that would be absolutely gorgeous, Lisa.
What's that?
Once you water it and it sprays out and spritzes a little and kind of spreads a little bit, we
Yeah.
could come back in with thread and embroider on them.
Oh, that would be fun.
Andrea says she's so pleased that in making her scavenger hunt journal, she almost killed a pad. 10 points for you. I used everything for my scavenger hunt journal. I took out of my scrap bin. Every last page. The only thing I didn't was the thread. Or did I use a piece of scrap thread? No, I think I had to get a piece of thread out.
Well, everything I used was from my precious stuff.
Oh, it's a treasure box. Okay. If Jamie is still here, she doesn't have scrap bins. She has treasure boxes.
There you go.
There you go, Barbara. She's got 16-gallon plastic tubs in the storeroom. So there you go. Can't go till it's all gone, till it's all used. Thank you, Andrea. I gotta find my pencil sharpener. My pencil is wore out.
Cheryl used up a washi tape yesterday, and she was happy, and I don't blame her. When I empty something, anything, I'm like, yay! Accomplishment.
I used it. Uh-huh. Okay.
I'm not sure how this is going to look. It's going to look sketchy, like it was drawn with crayon, I think.
Oh, yeah, probably.
I just hope I'm getting it wet enough. I think if it's bleeding out like this, it's probably wet enough.
It probably is. That's the thing. You really got to make sure you wet it down. So, and of course, it all depends on if you're ever going to get that wet again.
And I'm probably not.
Yeah. However, if you go to stitch it and your hands touch it and they're damp, it will be one of those things that bleeds and gets on things.
Okay, so don't stitch with wet hands.
Well, I don't know about yours, but mine sometimes are damp because they sweat.
Mine
But
don't
they
do
all,
that very much, but Hannah's do. She has to deal with that a lot.
yeah, mine do. Now, not this time of year. They're just so cold that they don't. But
Yeah. She asked me once several years ago, Mom, is it normal for your hands to sweat? I was like, I don't know. What's normal? I said, it must be normal for you,
yeah, mm-hmm, yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Just because it doesn't happen to me doesn't mean it's abnormal.
That's right. Okay.
And, I don't remember back till when I was your age. I don't know if my hands sweated more back then or not. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, what's wrong?
Well, I I made my lines come down below where I'm going to turn it up, and so now I've got green.
The green down there. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Hmm. Okay.
You can always put a little piece of fancy paper across that, like a border, not on the lace, just to cover that up. It'll be
Yeah.
fine to make your pocket that way.
Okay.
You'll make it work. Or how about another piece of lace, or how about a piece of ribbon, or
Many possibilities.
there you go. There you go. Beth said lace.
I was wanting to see what Tina said because Barbara said that was a good way for her to approach it, but it wouldn't work for her. So I was wanting to see what she said because it might work for me. I'm thinking about putting myself on a dreaded schedule since I enjoy so many different aspects of creating watercolors, script writing, junk journals, and the list goes on and on. Never enough time. Oh, well, if that works for you, let us know because
It, I
I
can't.
love too many things too.
I can't
But
imagine having enough time to get all the things on my schedule.
yeah, that just takes away time I could be working,
What? Well, yeah, it's
putting it on my
possible.
schedule. Well, and I like to be able to do something spontaneous once in a while, or just because I want to, kind of like this.
Well, that's why she said it was going to be a dreaded schedule. The
Yeah.
deal is, guys, we were talking about this the other day, and we were going to put this on a Tuesday or a Thursday. And then we decided we just had to do it right now. We may still do it on a Tuesday or a Thursday, but
Yeah. And
because
the
it's
thing
on
is,
our.
if it's supposed to be fun, so if you make that schedule and then you really think something else would be more fun, allow yourself to do it. Give yourself a little freedom from the dreaded schedule because that will make your art not fun anymore if you just have to follow that schedule no matter what. At least that's my thought.
Tina said, keyword is dreaded. I get so lost in time with projects, hours fly by. Yes, that can happen.
Now, having to limit yourself to a certain time of day, that I absolutely understand why you would need a schedule for that because it is easy to get lost.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Barbara says impulsiveness keeps us all awake, and that's probably true too. Okay, I have a smaller water brush, yeah. We're going to see how this works. We better start with the lighter color.
Oh, that is so cute, Tanya.
I hope so. We'll see. I do not like these water brushes. They're flat. Just so you know, guys, they're flat. I don't like them. I like brushes that are pointy. And I went and bought some, but the caps will not stay on them, so I'm not keeping them. Okay. I'm going to do all the orange first because it's lighter. And I kind
I
of like how
think.
this.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I kind of like how it came out too. You
It
think what?
looks really pretty. Oh, I was just gonna reacting to what she was saying about if she can't take her craft supplies to heaven, she don't think it would be heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we'll need to take them with us to heaven. I think there's definitely going to be creative work for us to do up there because um, God is a creative being, and He's the one who made us, and He's the one who's taking us up there. So I have no doubt we're going to be busy creating who knows what.
Oh, that is a wonderful way to think about that.
It may not be what we do now, might be something way better.
Oh, I also went to a estate sale yesterday. Um, I didn't buy a thing. Can you imagine that?
I can, and it makes me sad. I'm proud of you, but I love it when you show what you brought from estate sales, and they're more fun when you go and you find something really cool.
Yeah.
But they're fun just to look. Some of them. Now there are some that are not fun, but most of them are fun.
First off, she was late, late, late. Um, her daughter was, daughter or daughter-in-law, I'm not sure, showed up and she's like, she's gonna be a while. I'm gonna go through the back, see if I can get the door open. She had to climb through a window. Open the door up for us all.
Oh dear.
She said, I can take cash and I can see what I can do as far as prices, but she said, I can't take your cards or anything like that. I was fine with that, you know. But
Yeah, I haven't been to any estate sales here that
uh,
actually take cards.
oh, Teresa takes cards. She she takes cards and she prefers a debit card, but she'll take your credit card. It's so easy to take a credit card, you know. If you, it was a cell phone, it's so you know so.
Yeah. Well, I tell
And
you that I do better. I'm better off that they only take cash here. So, because then
yeah,
I only have so much cash.
well, I would have had I we would have had a little rough time the other day that Jeff found the all the fishing poles if we'd have not had my card.
Yeah, that's true. When you find something like that, I have had people who say they'll hold it for an hour and give me time to go get more
Go
cash,
get
you know.
cash, yeah. Um,
But but it keeps me on budget to only use cash. So
only use cash. Yep.
I'm
But
having
they're
fun
just
with
what?
this, Tanya.
Oh, good. I'm so glad. That is turning out so pretty.
I'm enjoying it. Hi, Kathy.
We'll be good
Oh,
for the next 5 to 7 days now, depending on how much wood we need to burn to stay warm. There you
are you
go.
out of electricity again, Kathy? I hope not.
Kathy, I've carried cash, so much cash, so many times for bead shows and stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. But, you know, I don't carry much when I'm when I'm out and about, I carry very little.
Yeah, me either. And when I go to estate sales, I carry only what I know I can afford to spend.
Vent.
That's it. Because if I've got it, it'll probably get spent.
Well,
Bye, Janet. Oh,
bye,
I'm so
Janet.
happy that you're having a family Zoom. That's cool. I love it when our family does that.
Hmm.
It's so much fun.
No, we just don't like to use the electric heat. Well, that's
I
um.
don't blame you.
I don't blame you. When we lived in South Dakota, I loved having my wood fireplaces. Well, not fireplace. They weren't fireplaces. They were box stoves, wood stoves.
Well, if I had
Um,
one, either one, a fireplace or a wood stove, I would love using them.
well, believe it or not, a fireplace will cost you money over not using it. Too much of your heat goes up the chimney unless
Yeah.
unless it's retrofitted with blowers and stuff. Um, but I started collecting wood when we first got there, and the second winter we were there, it was a darn good thing I had wood. We used almost all the wood I had collected in 4 days because we had no power and we'd had an ice storm, and just staying warm enough to keep the house and keep the pipes from freezing and that kind of stuff was difficult.
Yeah.
Um, but we had this really interesting thing at the dump. Um, at our local dump, the guys that cut trees and whatnot like that would bring in all their tree cuttings and stuff, and they went to a special place at the dump. Okay, rest your eyes, Lala. And I want a wood stove to put on my back screen just to cook on. Too hot here to have one in the house. Oh, it's not too hot here to have one in the house, but um, the you could go and it was free to take that out. You just had to weigh in and weigh out. Didn't cost anything to take that wood. So I would take Brandon to school in my little soccer mom minivan, right? Because the last time I needed to get a car, that before I got the truck, that's what I had. And I would go out to the dump from dropping him at school, and I would load up the back of my minivan with 500 to 700 pounds of wood, big chunks of wood, because I didn't take the I just put the big whole logs in the back of the van. And I had to be careful not to overdo it, and mess up my van. So, and then I would go home and I'd pull around in the backyard and I'd dump it in a big pile. Okay, so I have done my job, right? So Jeff's job is to cut it and split it, and Brandon's job is to stack it up in a pile. So I did that every morning after I dropped off Brandon. I would go to the dump and do that. And that's how we ended up with enough wood to cook with and not get frozen to death the year that we had the um, ice storm. Some people in town were without power for like 14 days.
Oh, goodness.
We got ours back. Being without power is not a problem. The being without water is a problem.
Oh, yeah.
When you
Did you have
don't
an
have
electric
water,
pump?
yep.
Yeah.
When you don't have water, you can't get water out of your well. And melting snow, I will tell you, it takes a lot to melt enough snow to flush a toilet.
I bet. I am sure that's true. Goodness gracious. Don't even want to think about it.
It took all day just to keep enough water to flush toilet. Um, Kathy, yeah, we I cooked things like beans and chili and stuff like that on our wood stoves. And the next door neighbor, that man was he was so
Okay,
sweet.
rest, Lori. Just rest.
Yes, please, just rest. Yeah, when the power goes out and you have no water, that's the hardest thing. Um,
At least if you have snow, you can melt some to drink and cook with. And
well, I had put water in. Being from hurricane country, you put water in uh, in bottles and stuff like that ahead of time. So I had plenty of drinking water.
well,
Um, but I hadn't filled up the bathtub, and
that would
here
be
when
much easier to to,
yeah when we have
to
a
flush your
hurricane,
toilet from the bathtub.
yeah, when we have a hurricane, we fill up the bathtub.
Okay.
Now we were lucky the last Sally did not take our water. Sometimes the hurricanes can take the water. The water goes out, but when we had Sally, it didn't. It was fine. Now this is much more time consuming than spraying it,
Yeah. Yep.
and I'm not sure it would have make a difference.
I'm not sure either. I was wondering as I was doing it, would it have mattered? Could I have just sprayed it? But
Mhm.
okay. This is just a cotton napkin that I thought would be fun to use in
In some way.
yeah, but I want to paint it kind of like I did that canvas. I'm just
Ah,
gonna
okay.
splotch it
You want
around.
to splotch it?
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
splotch it.
guess. I guess so, Patricia.
So I just
But
got it damp, and then I'm gonna
put
put
paint
stuff
on it.
on it. Yeah.
Okay. The man next door to us didn't cook. His wife was in a nursing home when we first moved in, and that poor man, I don't know, he'd lived a long life, but he did not cook. He didn't even fix a sandwich. His refrigerator. I went in the house one time early on, and he didn't even have his refrigerator plugged in. I mean, he didn't fix cereal or anything. He went out for every single meal, and the weather was so bad and the roads were so bad. It's like I'm like, Jeff, go get Louis because he is not going anywhere tonight. So he ate with us for a couple of days, and then one day he didn't feel real good, so I sent food over. Um, but he told people about that for years that his new neighbors were just the best neighbors. It's like, oh yeah, just because I fed you, it's like that has
Well,
nothing to
nowadays
do with it.
that's a pretty good neighbor.
Yeah, it
They're
is true.
you know people
Mhm.
aren't as neighborly as they used to be.
He was a good neighbor too, though.
Okay, I've got to see if I can get in. There we go.
He was in his 90s. Brandon was headed out to work. It was after Brandon had graduated from high school. He was going to work, and he comes back in the house, and I'm like, something wrong? And he said, Mom, Louie's on the roof again. You best check on him in about a half an hour. And I'm like, okay. It's like he's on the roof again. He's cleaning his own gutters. That's true, Patricia. Most people wouldn't care. I was just so worried about him trying to go out somewhere to get something to eat. It's like, oh gosh, you can't do that all the time. He would get up before Jeffrey on a snowy day. He would be out there snow blowing driveways, and he'd have snow blown ours before Jeffrey got out of bed. I really like when it bleeds out a little bit. I think it's kind of cool what it does. Um,
Yeah, I want to
that's
see what it looks like when it's dry because it's kind of hard to tell.
Well, this piece is almost dry right there. So it's going to have that bleed look to it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm liking it. My water brush may be about empty though.
I think I want to try something.
Oh, okay. She's going to try something. We better watch what she's doing.
I'm going to try something. Let's see if I just do this with my on the wet.
And that's with the block.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, the blocks are much softer than the pencils, I
They
think.
really are. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. They're
Then I'm going to have to try to get it to make sure it soaks into the water.
yeah, I was going to say you may have to spray it again to
So far, this, I think rubbing it in
rub it
works.
in is working. Okay.
If you're not worried about getting your hands inky, this works fine. If you are worried about getting your hands inky, then you probably want to try another method.
I was going to say
My
if you're
hands
worried
are
about
already so inky, it doesn't matter right now.
I was going to say if you're worried about getting your hands inky, don't play with us.
Yeah. True.
I might be rude, but that's the deal. Don't play with us. Well, that's so funny about what my son does now, as a mechanic and how dirty he gets. And growing up, that child did not like to get dirty. He hated stuff on his hands.
Okay, this is really fun.
Ooh, it's really fun. That's what
This
we
is
are like.
really fun.
Kathy's going to go back to lurking so she can work some. Oh, goody. Make sure you take some pictures and show off in group.
Yeah, we want to see.
I was so glad to hear a lot of people are playing in the scavenger hunt.
Me
I
too.
think, I think they're going to have so much fun.
I think honestly, more of us are really pushing it this year than we have in the past because she
Mm-hmm.
almost didn't do it, and we're all like, "Oh, we want to make sure, make sure she
Oh,
really would
I
do
didn't
this
realize
again."
she almost wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, because it was a lot. It's a lot of work, and that's why she said, "Well, if y'all will help me make a list."
Uh-huh.
And so we did that in one of her live streams. We helped her make a list.
Yeah, I remember when she was making the list. Um,
Now this doesn't have the
no.
same look as what I did before,
Part
but
of that is because you wet that down first. See, the canvas you didn't wet down first.
well, it got wet as I was doing other things.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um, and it had the texture from all the yarn, the
Mm-hmm.
fabrics that I was working on it, and this doesn't have that. So it's good to know that if you like that, which I do, it's better to go ahead and do it with something else and not just straight
Well,
on.
and it also might be the denseness of the fabric. I just finished
That's
the
true.
package page. Yay! She finished the package page.
Yay. I love
I
seeing
have to,
what everybody's doing.
yeah, I have to find some. What do you call that? Oh,
Yeah, I wish
food
that would work
food
with it. Well, I
packaging.
don't know. I may try the alcohol. I don't know if it might work. I have to think about that.
Yes, it does, Barbara. I've done that before. If you mark on fabric with alcohol markers like Sharpies, and then spray it with alcohol, it does bleed, and it does very much the same thing that this is doing.
Yeah, well, I knew that would work. I just was wondering if alcohol would affect this at all.
Oh, I don't know about that. I
I
didn't
don't
think
either.
that's what she was saying.
She wasn't. She was just saying
Oh,
it
she's
reminds
saying
her
it
of
does
what she enjoys
reminds of when
doing.
you do that. And yes, it,
Yeah.
it would. And alcohol, I would think so because okay, alcohol has water in it, just, especially like if you used 70% alcohol, it's got more water than 90% alcohol. Okay, this is good. Look, this is looking really pretty, especially on screen.
It does. It looks gorgeous.
I'm really liking it. It's time consuming, but I'm liking it.
I wasn't thinking though as I was doing this, and I've kind of got this spot that everything is around.
Around, uh-huh.
Hmm.
And what color do you put in there? Um, Kathy? Yeah, finding those things you forgot about is part of the fun of putting things away. Excuse me. Dab, 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 dab. I'm gonna have to get the other brush out because this one is almost empty. Uh-oh. Big blob of water. That ought to run real good. Okay. Yes, you should post it, Barbara, so we can see it. And Kathy said there's very little else about cleaning that's fun, though, and that's true. I agree. Actually, I kind of like seeing my table all emptied off and clean, and and then realizing how distressing it's going to be when I get it piled back up again. I cleaned my whole desk off, and I had all the little notes put into something so that there wasn't little notes all left on pieces of paper, right? And then I looked down yesterday, and here are little notes piling up beside my computer. I'm like, ah. Uh-huh.
Always more little notes to be written.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I have to write everything down, so I just write little notes, and then I go back and I put them where they belong.
And this is the scrunching step.
Oh, that's a scrunching step. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just added it in. I think it'll make it look more watercolory and less precise. Oh, there's some red that didn't blend in.
Sitting there for a spell. That sounds like a plan. Yeah, that's got it's very definitely different from your other piece, but it very well could be just the fabric that's going to make it different than the other piece.
Well, that's true. That's true because it's just cotton fabric.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So let's try.
Barbara said to make some swirls and circles with the next color.
Well, I already did the scratches, and the swirls and circles would have been great. I was too late. I mean, you said it too late for me. I was already in the middle of this. But maybe I can do that with another color.
Okay, I'm going to have to get another brush. This one is dead. Where's my other one? Right here. It's got half a thing in it. It's totally different painting on this fabric than it is painting on paper. That much I'll tell y'all guys.
Yeah.
It really is different in how the Inktense works, because you all know I like to use my Inktense to shade with on paper, but this is really different. Kathy's just going to sit there for a little bit now. I can't blame her.
Nice, Kathy. I think that's a good plan.
Uh-huh. That's kind of what I did yesterday. I don't know. I didn't accomplish hardly anything. And I had told Jeff, I asked him to bring the laundry basket to the laundry room because I had masks that needed to be washed. So I wanted to do a load of clothes. And he did. And I went to bed last night and realized I never did go in there and start the laundry.
Oh, no.
I never ate lunch. I forgot about lunch. All of a sudden, I realized just how hungry I was at 5 o'clock, which, I very rarely get hungry because I eat constantly. And I'm like, I'm going to have some dinner. Luckily, I had planned, I took some soup that I made out of the freezer. When I made soup with the ham at Christmas time, it was just too much. It was a huge container of soup, so I had put some in the freezer.
Kathy says, I see my hamper sitting in front of the washer and keep saying, I need to start that laundry. Not started yet. Well, I don't blame you, Kathy. And sometimes you just need to give yourself some grace. And I think this is one of those times.
Yeah, and to just sit for a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to decide what color to do some swirls and circles, swirls.
It needs to be something that contrasts. It might need to be something that's a little bit darker.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe a really dark green or a really dark blue.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe a really dark green. Of course, you have to be careful because you've got a lot of color on there. You might end up with brown, but if you go with a dark green and it turns brown, I guess it will be all right, right?
Yep. This is probably not going to be used as one piece anyway. It's going to be all.
Yeah. Kathy says if she leaves it long enough, Pete will start it. Jeffrey doesn't do laundry. Jeffrey doesn't do laundry.
Well, he gets you tea.
That's right. He gets me tea, and he vacuums.
There's a bunch of other stuff.
He vacuums, and and he does dishes.
Oh, well, I would rather do laundry than vacuum or do dishes any day of the week.
Me too. So, I really have it very well made. But even when I would be gone first to bead shows and stuff, I would always make sure the laundry was done before I left so that he didn't have to do laundry. I'm not sure he knows how to turn this new wash machine on. I think he does, though. When I had to stay down here and he was still in South Dakota, he had to do laundry because I was gone for 4 months. So, he didn't have 4 months worth of clothes. So he did have to do some laundry. I really like how this is working out. When it's bleeding and doing these overlay kind of things. I think it's really cool what is happening with it. Like this did not really bleed, even though it's wet all the way around it. It hasn't gotten wet on the surface yet, kind of thing.
Yeah. So we've got drawing, we've got painting, we've got finger painting. Or drawing and then finger smushing. I don't know. When you draw with these, you got to make sure that the ink really gets good and activated. So
Yeah,
that's why I'm smushing.
yeah, you really got to make sure they get wet. I'm hoping that I've gotten this wet enough. But I think so. And what's interesting is how this is bleeding out, even though into the fibers, even though this had acrylic paint on it. Now, this piece, like I said, was softer than a bunch of the other pieces, but she probably posted them in on Facebook in the group, Kathy. I imagine she posted them in one of the groups. I think I could have sprayed this though, and it would have done the same thing. I don't know that it would have done it any differently.
Well, do you have any of them left?
Only only just these little tendrils on two of them.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you sprayed those just to see. But then it might not be all the same if it didn't do like you think
Right.
it's going to. So,
Yeah, I don't think I want to do that just in case it isn't the same. I think it would have bled a little different, because it would have bled together in some respects.
yeah.
So I don't know it would have been exactly the same or not.
Well, we got some more fabric, don't you? You can.
Yeah, I
But
probably
of
could
course, it's
try.
not the same fabric, but
Actually, I have another piece of the same fabric because I cut this piece in half. It might not have the same exact color on it, but it has very close.
yeah. Okay, this looks really 70s.
Yes, it does, but I kind of like it. Hmm.
Oh dear. Hi, Melissa. We're
Hi,
glad you're
Melissa.
here.
Just got
Cool.
about
Six
six
bags
bags.
of magazines.
Ooh, that's always fun.
It is.
I got.
That's great.
I need to sit and get more words out of books. That's on my list of things to do is get to fill up my word box. Jamie has a word box. She has a fancy word box.
A
Mine
fancy
is not
word
fancy.
box.
Yes, hers is fancy. But I want to get some more words for my word box because it was sure nice today to reach in there and grab something.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to call it done.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Yep. I like that. Thank you, Melissa. I was gonna say I like it. I like that, Lisa. Now, are you gonna just let it dry, or you gonna do something else with it?
Uh, well, after I finger smudge these hearts, I probably am just gonna call that good enough.
Yeah. My other piece of heavy fabric is still very wet. Very, very wet. Now,
Very, very.
these are dry. Oops.
Why don't you make yourself big? I'm just smashing hearts.
Oh, okay. Um, she doesn't want us to see her smash those hearts. This came out really pretty. I want to do some more of this because I can see that I would use this.
Yeah,
This is going to get ironed and then folded around a card to put in my my
pantry.
journal pantry. Yeah. Okay. So then this is not dry at all yet, but okay. Okay? I just got a wet one in with a dry one. There we go. But it's turning out real pretty, so that's really cool.
Yeah, that's
Probably won't do a ton of that because um, you can buy cord that's multicolor, and I have yarns and stuff. I have a lot of that. I don't have a lot of fabric or anything like that kind of thing. This is really cool too, but there again, it probably won't. I have a bunch of multicolor crochet thread, so probably won't do a ton of that, but it's cool. But I really like these fabrics. I love this one. This one is really pretty, this green one. Now that is a piece of the wedding dress. Oh dear, to keep the cats out of the husband's airplane room. That would be good. Use watered down gesso or white paint to knock it back if you like. Oh yeah, it'll look lighter when it's dry. That's true. Um, and I've got lots of this kind of fabric, so there's not a problem. This is the piece of curtain, which I just love. That is actually not near as pretty on camera as it is for me. It is really yummy. So when it's dry, I will probably iron those and wrap them around some cardstock just to make it easier to put
store
them
'em.
in my pantry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so I really want to do some more of those. But we are going to experiment on this other piece of fabric. But I really want to experiment by drawing with this, with the blocks instead of, you all right?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry. I just want to make sure you're
Wasn't
all
close
right.
enough to mute.
Julie says, "Oh, purple. Oh, yeah, it's purple and blue, all right." Okay. I'm going to draw with the blocks this time. And then I'm going to spray. So,
Well, this one's mostly dry now. It feels dry.
oh, that is so pretty, Lisa.
I really like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's going to make a pretty page in a journal one of these days. Okay.
You could put it in your everything book.
I could, but it would be hard to put in there since it's all. I mean, I could put it in my next everything book as a page. The one I've got right now is already sewn together, so.
Oh, well, I was thinking you could put it over the top of a page.
Oh. Well, I might could. It's just so big. I don't know if the.
Oh,
I think it's
it
too
would
big to
go
even fit.
to put in that book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Julie. Okay, I'm trying to decide what I want to do next.
Well, after I do this, I'm going to do more strips because I think those are going to be fun.
Yeah. I think the
But I want
strips
to.
are probably the most usable thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I do want to make some more stuff to use in clusters.
Yeah.
And this is
Mm-hmm.
sheet, which I think should work well for that. Um, but I do think I need to split it into maybe 2 or 4 pieces so that I can just work on, color coordinated bits at
Yes.
a
So
time
that.
instead of
Mm-hmm. Instead of trying to do a big giant chunk of it. Mm-hmm.
yeah, because you saw how that other all blended together and
Yeah.
colors
Mm-hmm.
got kind of muddy. So
Okay. Oh, that orange is definitely not really orange. Okay.
oh, my allergy medicine's wearing off.
Uh-oh.
I was gonna go look and see if it was still snowing. I think
And
I'm.
you forgot? Mm-hmm.
I
She
did.
forgot. She forgot. Uh-huh. Okay.
Nope, no more snow,
Aw.
and it's beginning to drip off the house now, so it's bound to have warmed up enough that it's not staying frozen. Okay, we're gonna just play with these.
Okay, here's the thing. I know for a fact that that's not done in any way, shape, or form, but I also know that the color I want to put over the top of it would make it not be what I want. So I'm going to spray it, play with it, let it dry, and then put color on it again,
Yeah,
which
that's a good
won't
idea.
happen, probably won't happen today because I'll tell you what, these are not drying very fast at all. We're having too much fun. Yes, that's right. We're playing and having fun. That was the plan. Okay, I kind of like spraying it. It's way easier than the brush.
Well, if I had your sprayer, I would agree with you.
Uh-huh. Yeah, these sprayers are well worth the money you spend on them.
Yeah. Next time I get, I'm all out of my crafty money, but next time I get some crafty money, that's going to be my purchase.
There you go. Okay.
I usually don't spray things enough that it really makes that big of a difference, but
Yeah,
goodness gracious.
I wonder if one of those little squirt bottles from Dollar Tree would spray water better than what you've got.
I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah, these things do make a big, yeah. Now, it's also bleeding out into the fabric, which is, what I wanted. My understanding is these on cotton fabric. Now, I wouldn't say on every fabric, but on cotton fabric, these are permanent enough that you can um, wash a garment or a quilt or something like that. So
Well, that's good to know.
um, when I learned about them, it was on a quilter's channel kind of thing. That was ages and ages and ages ago. So
Yeah.
yes, Janice, and I told the girls that if you used Febreze, that's the same bottle. I just I can't stand Febreze, so this is just so pretty. It's very pale, but it's pretty.
It is pretty. I like it.
We're
That's
just
your
gonna
wipe
leave
up.
it. But yes, the Febreze one is the same kind of bottle. I just kind of like that better than when you use it when you drew on it. I do kind of like it better. It bleeds more fun. And you know what else you could do? You could splatter.
Yes, you could. That is a great plan. After I get the color down the base, I'll do that. That'll be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yep, yep. Okay. We are going to rip this again. Oh dear, I didn't cut far enough. That figures. This curtain has a hem on the one spot on it,
Uh-oh.
so it didn't want to let me tear. I had to get out the iron, guys, and iron some of this fabric today. It was so wrinkly. Let's see. I have a green piece and I have some purpley piece. I don't have any red. So let's make a piece of kind of reddish, orangish yellow kind of color. Okay. There we go. Oh, Julie, you are so right. Lisa, when you get a chance, do you see Julie's comment?
Oh, I didn't know about that. But I would be glad to pray for him. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you so much that we have you to come to when we're in hours of need, and we are so recently always seem to be in hours of need. Lord, I just pray that you will bless Becky and that you will bless her dad and you will bless his doctors, Lord, that they will give him the right treatment that will help him heal. Lord, so much has been politicized about this whole thing that people are not necessarily getting the treatment they need. And we pray that Becky's father will get the treatment he needs, the thing that will be good for him to help him heal. And we pray for your hand to hold her so that she feels safe and she has peace, Lord, and for the rest of his family as well. And we thank you that we have you to come to. And we thank you that all these ladies come to you, that we can all pray together, Lord. And we thank you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Julie. I was thinking about her this morning and I forgot to mention it. I mean, I just had COVID staying away from everyone. Yes, Melissa, I'm glad that you're able to stay away from everyone. That's um, this has been wicked. I don't know. Okay, I can't remember. I was doing this.
Thank you for noticing that, Tanya, because I hadn't looked
Mhm.
up.
I'm just glad she mentioned it because I had kind of forgotten. Wasn't thinking about it.
Yeah. I need to write him down in my book.
He's on 100% oxygen. Mm.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Okay. All right. So there's that. Now, this brush has got some. This brush still has water in it, so maybe my big one still had some water in it. Nope. Nope. Okay, this brush has water in it, so I guess this is the brush we're going to use. Yeah, we had hoped. I think we had all hoped that this year was that was going to be towards the past, and it seems to be continuing into the new year.
Well, I think we all realistically knew it would, but
Yes, I know. We all did. It wasn't going to go away that easy.
no.
So,
Okay, what do you think I should splat with? These are all greens.
I'm
But I
thinking
think
maybe some red.
do you think I should wait till it dries or?
I might let it at least get a little drier before you splat, because
Yeah, because it's pretty wet.
yeah, and it although if you splat with something, it's going to bleed out,
Which will be
because
cool.
which will be cool. So maybe you should do this one splat with it wet, so that we can
Okay.
see what happens.
All right. Maybe a blue, since it will be, um, it won't make mud if I use blue.
Yeah, maybe that would be it, but it needs to be sort of a dark blue, like one of the navies.
Yeah.
How about, do you have just a minute. Do you have 830 or 1100? 1100 if you've got it. 830
I
or
do not
1100.
know. I've got this. This is my darkest blue.
Okay.
It's, but I can't tell what number it was
Okay.
because I didn't think to write them down.
Yeah,
Let's
that was
see.
one of the things that,
No, I didn't. I just swatched the color. But here's the color. That's this one.
okay, yeah, that's probably what I would use. Either that one or the one just to the right of the brighter blue.
This one
No,
or
keep
this one?
going. That one. Yeah, that one might be better because it is a little bit brighter.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, good choice. And it's a color I actually have not used ever, I don't think. Let's see what it is. Just gonna see if I could tell what color it is.
One cat
I
got
think
in and the
this
other.
is 1140.
Well, 1100 was what I was looking at. I don't
Oh, well, I
have
think this is
840
1140.
or 840. I'll
Well,
bet
it
it's
looks
eight.
like, I don't know. I can see 40 real clear and then what looks like two ones in front of it. But
Yeah. Well, if it's 1140, I just don't have that color.
yeah.
See, so that may be the case.
Okay, let's see if it'll. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I need to do this. Nope.
Okay, there you go.
I accidentally put my brush down.
How does supercharge work? I need to get on a computer before I'm trouble. I don't know, Melissa. Hi, Linda McAllister. Welcome, welcome.
I don't know what supercharge is.
Me either. So I'm not sure.
We can't be much help. Sorry.
Yeah, we're no help. Okay, so I gotta have some yellow here. This could take forever. I think we're going to get out the sticks and just use the stick on there, see what happens. Oh, that's going to be cool, Lisa.
I think so. I got it everywhere, but
Oh, that's all right. Oh, no, I broke it. I broke it.
I'm sorry.
Broke it. Oh, Tanya, you broke it.
And some of mine are broken too. I don't know if I broke them or if Hannah broke them, but I think a couple of them were broke when I got it because I ordered it and it, got treated roughly in the mail. Now where am I going to put it? That is the question.
I'm sad. I'll survive, but I'm sad.
Yeah.
But I wrote the colors down because I knew there probably would be colors I would use more than others. And if that's the case, I might need to reorder,
Yeah, that was pretty smart.
So
I didn't think that far ahead.
Okay, there's a little piece of yellow back there. We're just going to put it up on top of this. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, I'm afraid if I do that, this is going to end up dripping on something.
Broken crayons still color. Yes, I know, but you know how I am. I am one of those people that didn't like her crayons broken.
I didn't like my crayons broken either.
Of course, I did not like crayons, so I was one of those very weird children. I did not like to color.
Well, I didn't have much other artistic outlet when I was young, so.
Hi, Tanya. I learned to sew when I was 4. So.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, good soppy stuff. That is really cool piece, though, Lisa. Okay. All right, let's see what this is going to do. Oh, the whole back side has not got anything on it. Let's see if we can just sop it up. Mm-hmm. Of course, we got it all over ourselves. Me either, but thank goodness they still work. That's true. You just did an art journal page the other day with that quote on it. Broken crayons still color. That's a good quote. That is a very good quote. Okay. This has not got enough color on it. That much I'll tell you. Okay, so we're going to have to color on the back side of it some.
There's a little scrap of fabric.
Oh, I like that little scrap of fabric. That's a cool scrap. Uh-oh, now, okay, okay. Don't touch your blocks with wet hands. Now my block is all sticky and and I'm making a mess. Okay. It's very red and pink orange now. It's not got any yellow and it's got not any definition. So let's
There's a little yellow. I see a little yellow.
Yeah, I see a little yellow too. I'm going to get my broken crayon and put some more yellow on there. because, it's broken. Maybe I'll use a different yellow because I broke that one.
It's going to feel neglected. It's going to feel damaged, like you don't love it anymore because it's damaged. If you don't use
Oh, well, here's the deal is that I used it, and when I broke it, it really got kind of wet. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of letting it try to dry. But don't touch your blocks with wet hands. They do kind of not like that. Okay. Because, I've got that one all wet again now, so. All right. Now we got to try to hang this up somehow and see what happens to it when we get done. Uh-huh. Pretty color on my fingers. I think when I gave up attachment to the perfection of the crayon, I also gave up attachment to how they needed to be used. Pick up a little piece of block and lay it down into a wet space. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And yes, Linda, are you is your little red live button live? I mean, is it on? Okay, let's see. I have to have a spot to hang this up. So let's squish those over there. Let's take this dry one down.
Would somebody ask her to refresh?
Yeah, somebody did, but
Oh, okay.
you may need to refresh. Yeah. Okay, she was okay. I think she might have been talking to you, Barbara. Okay, this is a really pretty color, but it is not mottled the way I really sort of intended.
Yeah.
So that's okay. I'm not going to complain. It's pretty. It's not hanging up very well, but it's pretty. And now I get to clean up the mess with my cleanup rag. So, I'm going to make my cleanup rag pretty. Yep. Okay, Melissa's back.
Yay.
And Linda says she's back.
We're glad you're back, Linda.
Okay. My hands are still, that's too wet to dry my hands or the table on. That is a really pretty peachy color. It's just not what I had, not mottled the way I had intended for it to be.
Yeah. Do you realize what time it is?
It's 4 o'clock already.
Yep.
Yep. And it
Just
is
making
cold.
sure.
It is cold outside. Yeah. I'm going to tear another piece of this wedding dress piece. Kathy must have said something I missed too. Okay. Oh, that tears very nice. Whew. Ooh, that's got a lovely sound.
Hmm.
Oh, that's pretty, Lisa.
Thanks.
It it does mottle up better if you don't use the blocks. If you use your water brush, it just seems to do that better.
Yeah.
So I have little strings wrapped around the. Oh, it's 5 o'clock for Linda. Yep. Um, those I'm going to have to undo my chair later because my chair has stuff wrapped around the rollers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I tried to do the other one too fast, is what happened, I think. I was trying to get it done quickly. We can't do that. You got to spend some time nudging all these colors into place.
Yeah. That's true.
Yes, Kathy, she plans on cutting it up. How about that? We're talking about using it to do clusters and other things like that. Now, that's a pretty piece she could use on a cover too. So, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do with pretty painted fabric.
Yeah. I sure wish.
Yes, Melissa, you do have to wear clothes that you don't care if you get nasty.
Yeah.
That is true. What did you start to say before that, though?
Well, I wished I hadn't used this dark purple
Uh huh.
because that's what I would have splatted with.
Well, splat with your white.
Ooh. All right. I don't know what that'll do, but it'll be fun to find out. It might make everything kind of go pastel where it is rather than
It might. You never know.
don't. But it's an intriguing thought.
See? Okay, there's just not enough water on there. I had a water bottle a little while ago. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah.
It's not splitting.
It's not splatting. Oh, dear.
Maybe I had it too thick because I was afraid it wouldn't be opaque enough.
Okay.
Let's see.
Did you have any other plans other than to um, use that for clusters, Lisa?
Huh?
That's what I thought, that was what you sort of had in your head.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm seeing splatters now. Uh-huh.
Yep. It's working. I think they're going to end up just being lighter spots once they dry, but it's still
But
fun.
that still will be fun.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Big
I
splat?
got a big splat where it accidentally
That's
touched
okay.
down while I was doing it.
That's all right. Julie's glued to the screen. There you go. That's pretty. I like that.
Okay. I like it too.
Mm-hmm.
I like it too. And I got white splatters everywhere. My scissors have splatters. My water bottle looks like it's starlit now.
You have a galaxy.
I have a galaxy.
There you go. You have a galaxy. Here. Uh-huh.
Oh, that would be fun.
Uh-huh. You should try that sprinkled on like they do watercolors. Mm-hmm. I don't know if salt would make them move the way it does some things, but it might. You
It'd
never
be fun to
know.
try. And I
Mm-hmm.
have some, as a matter of fact. So let's just play again.
All right.
Put this one aside. Okay, we're gonna end up with weird stuff now, but
Well, that's all right. Melissa says her husband has one more present coming for her. That's cool. Okay. Let's see here. We need to some more of this blue over here.
okay.
Oops. Wrong one.
Okay.
Okay. And let's turn this over. Well, that sounds like a plan. Melissa, a porch exchange.
Okay. Let's see if we can get this one wet.
Okay, let's see here. I think I got the blue out. Let's go for this. And some of the blocks are harder, or they don't have as they're not as soft as some of the other ones. It's harder to pick the color up. It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's.
I
I'm sure it has something to do with the pigment, but I
Yeah,
don't.
but I found it when I was doing the swatches for sure that it was very definitely different. Okay. They'll be back in stock on 131, so they'll come for February. Okay, and it'll probably get warm, so you won't really need them, right, Kathy? That's the thing. It'll get warm, and you won't really need clippers. Just about the time they get here.
Okay. However, this one turns out, it's going to end up being I think the last one,
Okay.
because well, I guess I could do it over here, and then I could turn my mat and do another one, because I do have one more piece of cotton. But
it's also about time. By the time you do that one, it'll be about time that I need to go.
Yeah. So maybe tomorrow night it'll be dry enough you can see what happened with the salt.
Okay. Well, if not, we'll see it on Tuesday.
There you go. Plenty of opportunities.
That's right. Okay. Because I will probably press these. They'll get dry, and then I'll press them on Tuesday. I'll press them so that we can see them on Tuesday. Because that's kind of interesting now. I like it better when it's mottled and not all one color. I might take this one and put it back down and put some other color on it because I'm not real fond of that one.
Yeah.
It's just plain.
Well, we can't have it just plain.
Yeah, see, it's kind of plain. It's kind of plain. It's kind of all one color. So let's see, can I sit this somewhere? Maybe on another piece of paper. Okay. Uh-oh. Losing my headset again.
Uh-oh.
Well, Kathy, if you get stuff done, that's what matters, right? Accomplishing stuff is what matters. This is a very pretty color. It's just all one color. So we shall have to see what we can do. Okay. I may have just turned my, no, it's still okay. It's still pretty cool. It's very pastel. Julie says, can you post the results in the group so she can see, please?
I will, Julie. When it gets dry, I will do that.
Oh, she's making it fast too. She's just like, okay. So
I'm just trying to do kind of a, I don't know, a night sky or something. I don't know.
You don't know what it is? Okay.
No, I just want to do it so I can be sure that it'll to see if the salt works, and
Okay.
seems like if it does, it'll look like stars maybe. So
Yep. I'm going to try a teal, I think, on this.
oops.
Oh yeah, that will make me a lot happier. It's just going to have some splotches. It's a pretty color. It's just too much the same color. So I'm just adding just this little bit of teal. It was just all one color, so
Okay.
okay, I'm gonna watch. I want to see, get this cleaned out.
Well, all I'm going to do is throw some salt on it. So
Okay. Now, do you have big salt?
yeah, it's coarse kosher salt. So it's really all different sizes of salt.
Okay.
And I put a bunch on there, so maybe too much.
No, because it doesn't look like it's going to do much.
Yeah, I don't think we can tell right now because it's too wet.
Yeah.
You're supposed to put it, on watercolor when it starts to dry.
Right.
So I may have put it on too soon.
I don't know. When you put it on silk painting, you put it on when the dye's still real wet.
Okay.
Um,
So we'll
you
just
know,
see.
so I mean, that's in the past. That's what I've done with like scarves and stuff on silk. You just
Yeah.
kind of throw it on there while it's wet. So
So do you think I should spray it with water or leave it alone?
I think you ought to leave it alone.
Okay.
We'll find out what happens. She's going to leave it just like that, probably.
Just like this.
And I'm going to leave this just like this. And I think that little tiny bit is going to make me happy. It's
Oh,
got
I
just
like that. Yeah.
little bits
Is
of
that blue?
teal.
Teal.
It's a
Okay.
teal. Um, I'll probably pick it up and move it to a different spot because the table is yucky. But yeah, it had a lot
That's
of.
pretty.
But I like the teal. It's just going to bleed out a little bit and have just some marks in it. So,
Yeah.
and Kathy says it looks like some circles are forming.
It
Lisa said
kind of
she would.
does.
Lisa said she would sit it off and then put some on in about 5 minutes. Well, it's on there
Oh,
now.
yeah. I'm just going to leave it like it is because if I
Yeah.
pick it up, it's going to go everywhere.
Yes,
And
and
well, it's
and
because it's wet still.
yeah. So, anyways, guys, we're gonna go because we've been on here for 4 hours and 15, 19, 17 minutes, something like that. I don't know. Anyways, I'm getting tired. I'm sure Lisa is tired. Hi, Vanessa. I'm sorry that you came in just as we were leaving, but I'm so glad you're here. Um, I hope you all have a nice evening, and Lisa's going to post a picture when that gets dry, which might be tomorrow or the next day, guys, just so you know.
Just so you know. Yeah.
Just so you know. Anyways, guys, love you all. See you tomorrow night at Lisa's.
All righty. Bye bye.
Bye.